Mr. Lyon.
Thank you. Professor Nutt, you told us in your evidence on Friday about the multi-criteria decision analysis, or MCDA, approach. I'd like you to tell us a little bit about the methodology behind it, why you say it's a credible method. Tell us who the individuals are involved in this analysis, and what is it that informs their opinions on the weightings and so on.
So this multi as their experts for the Advisory Council on Misuse of Drugs. And they resigned from that committee in protest to the government's lack of commitment to evidence-based policy, and they worked with drug science as part of this MCDA process.
What are the sort of disciplines that these experts come from?
So our experts came from areas of forensic medicine, of toxicology, of chemistry, of psychology, of medicine, of veterinary medicine, of sociology, of criminology, and also of public policy and education.
And so when they're engaged in the process, which you explained as first putting them in a room and deciding on the harms, and then going through the various weightings which would be attributed to each of those harms, what would inform the opinions expressed by each of these individuals? What would they base that on?
So each individual in this process makes their own mind up. And the primary process is one where you are told to say nothing, but to think what you would say when it comes into open discussion. And that is a way of preventing the first person anchoring individuals' opinions in wherever that person would make us put a particular drug. So people are asked to think, and then, and some of them, of course, will have a lot of knowledge in a particular dimension. Criminologists will know a lot about crime related to all the drugs, whereas a forensic chemist may not. But what happens then is that everyone is asked to give their score, their ranking of where that drug would be on one of those 100-point scales of harm. And usually there's a reasonable consensus. If there's not a consensus, then a discussion takes place. The leaders of this process don't vote. They encourage open discussion. This is the Delphic process. This is the process of trying to maximize the understanding and the knowledge base on a topic to get to the closest you can get to the right answer. So the discussion goes on, and if individuals take particularly extreme views, then they're challenged by the mediator to defend those views. If they can't defend them, then they're encouraged to change their scoring, and eventually a consensus comes up. Just occasionally, there may be a disagreement, and we can deal with that eventually at the end. We can say, okay, well, if you really cannot agree on this particular measure, then we will look at the results with both the scores, and we'll see if it makes any difference. And very often it makes almost no difference at all, because significant disagreement on one of the 16 variables is unlikely to...
I'd like to turn to the next one, which is in file 2 at page 172. This is an article entitled Perspectives, Effects of Schedule 1 Drug Laws on Neuroscience, Research and Treatment Innovation. Do you have that, Professor Nutt?
I do.
You are one of the authors of this article, are you not?
I am.
And we'll go through it in a moment, but do you adopt its contents for the purposes of your evidence today?
I do.
Tell us how this article came to be, what it's about, and what it conveys.
So this article was written at the request of one of the editors of this journal. This is the leading neuroscience review journal.
What is it called?
It's called Nature Reviews Neuroscience.
Yes.
And I think it's accepted as one of the very top perspective journals. Journals that give an overview of different areas of brain science. And I gave a lecture and was approached by one of the editors and asked to write up the lecture in a form that would make it amenable or available for readers and neuroscientists around the world. So that's how the paper came about.
And without reading everything that's contained in the article into the record, if you could just take us through, perhaps using the headings that appear in the article, just tell us briefly what the article conveys. Firstly, if you could tell us who are the other authors, Leslie A. King and David E. Nichols. Who are they? So
Leslie A. King is a very senior chemist, forensic scientist, was one of the leading forensic scientists in the working for the British government. He was one of the kingpins of writing our drug laws, particularly in terms of the definitions of the chemical definitions which underpin a substance being legal or illegal. So he's the UK expert on our laws and the chemistry that relates to them. David Nichols is a professor in Purdue University in America, a man who has researched this field for probably 50 years now. He is, I think, seen to be the leading American chemist working in the field of drugs which may or may not fall under the control of the drug laws in his country and in my country. So I was writing this from the perspective of the clinician, the pharmacologist, the human researcher, and the other two are people who've spent more time than I have in the field of drug policy and the chemistry around drug policy.
In the abstract, at the start of the article, it says, many psychoactive drugs are used recreationally, particularly by young people. This use and its perceived dangers have led to many different classes of drugs being banned under national laws and international conventions. Indeed, the possession of cannabis, amongst others, is stringently regulated. And then you say, an important and unfortunate outcome of the controls placed on these and other psychoactive drugs is that they make research into their mechanisms of action and potential therapeutic uses, for example in depression and post-traumatic stress disorder, difficult and in many cases almost impossible. If you could just explain that last statement to us, please.
When a drug is controlled in the most stringent category of drug control, so in my country, the UK, that's Schedule 1. In the US, that's also Schedule 1. I think in your country it may be Schedule 7. The implications of that are that it becomes virtually impossible to research. And so, for example, in 1967, drugs such as psilocybin, psychedelic drugs, were made illegal in Britain. 1971, cannabis was made illegal. And up to that point, there was a great deal of research done on these drugs because they were seen as being of considerable therapeutic potential. But as soon as they're put in those strict schedules, research disappears. In fact, since psychedelic drugs were scheduled in Britain, there has been no research. Now, the governments will say, well, we don't ban research because if you comply with the regulations, you're allowed to do the research. But in reality, complying with the regulations is extraordinarily difficult. So people don't, because it takes years to get the permissions, it costs a lot of money, and most scientists work on 3-year grants. And if it takes most of the time, the duration of a grant to get permissions, you're wasting your time. So in reality, this is a de facto ban. This has turned out to be effectively censorship of research that has gone on for over 50 years for many drugs. And that's extremely unfortunate for 2 reasons. One is that many drugs were being used as medicines before they were banned. They were banned not because they were producing harms in the medical setting, they were banned because young people were using them recreationally. In most cases, those bans didn't stop recreational use, but because scientists and doctors must comply with the law, they effectively stopped research. And I think this is a truly it's not only undesirable, it's a disastrous situation for medical research, because we are denying therapeutic potential of many drugs in a failed attempt to keep them out of the hands of recreational users, in a failed attempt to do that. And the impact on science has been very profound. As I said, I think this is the worst censorship of scientific research in the history of Western medicine and science.
In the article, under the heading "The Current Legal Situation,"
Yes.
at page 173, you're dealing with a sort of an analysis of the various legislative regimes in general terms.
Yes.
And in the first column on page 173, towards the middle of the page, or down the middle portion of that column, it starts with the words, "In the United States, a substance is classified as Schedule 1 if it meets 3 criteria." Do you have that?
I have that.
Do you have it in order?
Yes.
Thank you. It says, in the United States, a substance is classified as a Schedule 1 if it meets 3 criteria. First, the drug or other substance has a high potential for abuse. Second, the drug or other substance has no currently accepted medical use in the United States. And third, there is a lack of accepted safety for use of the drug or other substance under medical supervision. Tell us about those 3 criterion that are used in the United States. It features, I'm sure you will have seen, in the expert summary provided by Professor Madras, who, as I understand it, is an American.
Correct.
Tell us about those criteria, and particularly the relevance of those criteria when one deals with cannabis.
So these criteria, as I understand it, were made to justify a decision to ban drugs for political or moral reasons, and then underpin or give substance or some credibility to the ban by arguing that these drugs fit into these criteria. The problem with these criteria are that there are very weak, if absolutely non-existent, definitions of what these criteria are. So first, the drug or other substance has a high potential for abuse. Now, very often the term abuse is circular. In the case of cannabis, abuse largely means using it when it's illegal, which of course is the only way you can use it, because it is illegal. So when people talk about abusing a drug in this context of using it illicitly, inevitably that's a consequence of the drug being illegal. If you're trying to have more firmly grounded criteria, which is what we tried in the MCDA, then you'd have to look at more specific issues such as dependence, withdrawal reactions, etc. But just the simple term abuse, is not well defined. Second, the drug or other substance has no currently accepted medical use in the United States. Well, this was a very strange statement relating to cannabis, because cannabis was a medicine in the United States until 1942, when it was decided it wasn't a medicine. And currently accepted implies that the state doesn't accept the medical value, or the lawmakers don't accept the medical value. But that's just in the United States, because at the time the drug was made illegal in the United States, it had a currently accepted value in many other countries, including the United Kingdom. And again, this is circular. If a drug is illegal, doctors can't use it. It's very difficult for doctors to say it has medical use. They don't have experience with it. And also, merely standing up and saying, I believe that this drug has medical use, could be construed as actually encouraging people to break the law. So, and there are precedents for that, going back to the banning of heroin prescription back in the 1940s in the USA, where doctors were imprisoned for treating their patients with what they knew to be an appropriate medicine. So by saying a drug has no medical use, it almost inevitably means that the medical population will fall in line, and therefore it won't have any medical use because it cannot be used as a medicine.
You say in the article, a few lines down, with regard to the second criterion, once a drug is classified under Schedule 1, it is unlikely that any medical value will ever be discovered for it, because it is extremely difficult to research the drug. The argument for a drug fulfilling the second criterion thus becomes circular. Explain that. So
when cannabis was made a Schedule 1 drug in the USA, when it ceased to be a medicine in 1942, in order to study cannabis in the USA, and very similar rules applied in the UK, you had to get a series of permissions. You had to get licenses to be able to order it, to store it, to use it. And these licenses in the USA particularly were extraordinarily onerous because the approvals had to be taken through at the state level, at the national level. They had to be approved by both drug enforcement agencies and also by medical authorities. And in the case of cannabis, there was a special committee of the National Institutes of Health set up to give a further hurdle through which researchers had to jump. And it turns out that most people cannot get permission to work with these drugs. A few years ago, when I inquired about the US status of cannabis federally supported or federally allowed cannabis research, there were only 4 clinical researchers in the whole of America, 4 hospitals that had a license to hold cannabis for medical research. Now, there are tens of thousands of hospitals, but only 4 had that license. And that means that there was virtually no medical research being done in established institutions because almost none of them had the licenses available to allow them to do research. The other point about the US situation was that you could only get your supply of cannabis from the government, and the government would only supply a particular form of cannabis in a particular preparation as a cigarette. So you were very constrained by how you could even research the cannabis. There was only one formulation that was allowed to be used. In the United Kingdom, very similar. In the United Kingdom, until 3 years ago, only, again, I think 5 hospitals in Britain had a license to hold cannabis. And this is kind of peculiar because in Britain we still have heroin as a prescription medicine. So as a doctor, I was allowed to write a prescription for heroin. But if I wanted to research cannabis, I had to get a special police check. I had to spend a year getting a special license. I had to store cannabis even more securely than I store my heroin, just in case anyone would break in and go for the cannabis rather than the heroin, which of course is completely implausible. And those regulations was so oppressive that, again, very few UK researchers studied cannabis. In fact, I think with the exception of one company, no one did at all.
And in regard to the third criterion?
Well, the third criterion is there is a lack of accepted safety for the use of the drug or other substance under medical supervision. Well, again, this is one of those circular arguments, is that if people are not working with the drug and are losing expertise in working with the drug, then it's difficult to generate appropriate regulations or procedures or processes. However, it used to be perfectly acceptable for doctors to prescribe cannabis, as I say, up to 1942 in America, up to 1971 in Britain. So there was established medical practice, and moreover, there was almost no evidence of harms emerging from the medical use of these drugs. And I believe the reason these drugs were taken out of medical practice was in order to bolster and justify the decision to take them out of recreational use. I think this was part of a program to try to eliminate these drugs from use anywhere, and medicine suffered as a result of that. And I think that's particularly unfortunate because there are so many millions of patients worldwide who could have benefited from these drugs over the years they've been illegal. And the banning of them did not stop recreational use. I showed you on Friday that in my country, and the data are very similar in the USA, the banning of cannabis didn't stop its use. Since it's been banned, there's a 24% can't use it, and patients break the law when they use it.
On page 174, you've dealt with implications for neuroscience research. I think you've told us about that. That's the difficulties in conducting the research while the drug is illegal. So we don't need to go there again. But then you have under the heading unanswered scientific questions. Take us through that.
So cannabis has been a medicine for a very long time. And until recently, we didn't understand why it might be a medicine. But we now know that cannabis, or products of the cannabis plant, bind to certain proteins, certain receptors in the body that have very significant effects on the brain and on the immune system. So we now know what these drugs do. So it's no longer some kind of mystical effect of the drugs. We know that cannabis produces substances which work in defined way in defined parts of the body through these cannabis receptors. And remarkably, there are more of these receptors in the brain than there are receptors for the targets of many of the drugs we use, making the cannabis receptor a very interesting and potentially a very rich target for medical research. But studying these receptors is also very difficult because to study them, you need to use cannabis products. And if the cannabis products are illegal, it's illegal for the basic scientists, the bench scientists, to use them as much as it is for the clinician. And you can look at the number of papers published on cannabis research compared with research on other receptors like the dopamine or the serotonin system, which are involved in many brain functions. And you see there are significantly fewer papers published because it's very hard to do this research. So at all levels, the control of these drugs makes research very difficult.
On page 174, at the bottom, in fact, the last sentence, say, self-reports reveal that cannabis is commonly smoked as self-medication to improve sleep and reduce anxiety symptoms. Over the page. And there is growing interest in its possible use in attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Plant-derived THC also has utility in the treatment of pain and spasticity in conditions such as multiple sclerosis, and AIDS.
Yes.
Other products of the cannabis plant, such as cannabidiol and THCV, have a pharmacology that is quite different from that of the THC and may have utility in the treatment of seizure disorders, anxiety, psychosis, and addiction. Tell us about that.
So, we know historically why people used to use cannabis as a medicine, and it was to produce relaxation, to reduce pain, to promote sleep. And those seem to be some of the major indications now for a resurrection of the use of cannabis as a medicine. Those effects are driven by one of the ingredients. This is ingredient THC. This is the stoning ingredient that contained in the plant. But the plant has possibly up to 100 other chemicals. And some of these are now known to be of great interest to the medical profession. And one of them is cannabidiol, CBD. And cannabidiol is not psychoactive in the sense it doesn't make you stoned, but what it seems to do is moderate the effect of being stoned with THC. It attenuates the negative effects of THC. So in traditional preparations of cannabis, traditional herbal cannabis, there would be a mixture of THC and CBD in a kind of yin-yang mixture, and each would benefit the other. But CBD by itself seems to have positive effects, particularly in relation to reducing stress and tension, and probably stopping seizures, particularly seizures which aren't treatable by other forms of anti-epilepsy drugs. And the same goes for this other drug, THCV, which is a very powerful anti-epileptic drug in the test tube, but has never really been studied in patients because, again, even though it's not psychoactive, it falls foul of the laws which say anything that comes out of the cannabis plant is illegal, even if it doesn't make you stoned, even if it actually has therapeutic value.
Tell us a bit about synthetic cannabinoid agents.
When it became known that the active ingredient of cannabis was THC, a number of companies started trying to make what we call chemical analogues. They tried to make chemical mimics of THC as treatments for pain and nausea and as agents to stop spasticity. And they did that for a number of reasons. They did that because if you make a chemical analog, you can patent it and therefore get commercial control of it. They did it because it was hoped that they could improve on THC. And also, those substances, when they were made, were not illegal, whereas THC was. So this was a way of getting around the law, making substances which you could use more readily. I should say, when a drug is put into Schedule 1, pharmaceutical companies have no interest in developing it, because the costs that researchers bear have to be borne by them as well. So to do a clinical trial of cannabis involves every single pharmacy that might be dispensing or holding the drug for the trial. Every one of those has to get its own special license at the cost of, in the UK, £5,000. So the cost of doing trials with controlled drugs means that the pharmaceutical industry has no interest. And that's another reason why almost no trials have been done. However, if you make a synthetic analog, a mimic of THC, which is legal, then you avoid those problems. So a number of companies made these synthetic analogs, these cannabis mimetics. Trouble is, it turned out they were very much less interesting as medicines than THC. Reasons for that are complicated, but many of them produced extremely unpleasant effects when they were first tested in humans. In fact, the effects were so unpleasant that none of them were developed as medicines, because it was clear that people would not tolerate them. So that theory that you could find better variants of cannabinoids and THC was essentially refuted quite quickly and forgotten about. However, when countries, and the United Kingdom is one of the best examples of that, when countries started becoming very oppressive or pursuing very oppressive regimes against cannabis users, and particularly with wide-scale testing, urine testing of individuals at work, cannabis users realized that they were faced with a challenge, because if they were to test positive, they might lose their job, and certainly many have lost their job in countries like UK and the USA. So they looked to find a legal alternative to cannabis, and they turned to these synthetic cannabinoids. They're often called spice, and they're called spice because the traditional way of using them was for them to be sprayed as a solution onto a herb, a spice, tarragon or honeyweed or something, and then smoked like cannabis. So they were sold as a legal cannabis. But as I said, the compounds that are in these synthetic cannabinoids are very much more unpleasant than THC, and probably more toxic. None of them really went through proper toxicology studies, because no company could ever see them making a medicine. So about 10 years ago, we started getting an epidemic of people becoming extremely ill, smoking substances which they called spice. And eventually it was difficult because these substances are very potent, so the amounts being used were very low. But eventually it was determined that these were synthetic cannabinoids. And they were legal. So a legal market developed, until it was clear that they were toxic. And then governments, and to some extent the United Nations, started clamping down and making them illegal. But by that time, Pandora's box had been opened, and they were being widely synthesized in China and sold around the world. They'd infiltrated prisons. We'd started a policy of testing prisoners for cannabis, so prisoners switched to using these synthetics. Because they're so potent, you can take in maybe 10 doses of a synthetic cannabinoid that has been soaked in a piece of paper the size of a postage stamp. So these began to be widely used in our prisons. They began to corrupt our prison officers, who could smuggle them in without any detection, because they don't have a smell like cannabis. And they've created an enormous problem in the UK and in some other countries, some parts of the USA, because of their potency and their toxicity and their ease of getting into establishments. So they're one of the worst examples, and there are many, of how prohibition of a relatively benign substance like THC will lead to the development and the use and harm from more toxic substances. And as I say, the history of prohibition is littered with examples of that.
Then the article focuses on other drugs, MDMA-type stimulants and psychedelics. So we don't need to deal with that. But then at page 177, in the middle of the page, we find the heading, The Role of Neuroscientists. Take us through that aspect.
Well, the history of drug controls, as I have said before, I believe is the worst censorship of research in the history of Western science, and therefore the worst censorship of research of science, because Western science over the last 100 years has generated a body of research which is thousands of times greater than all the rest of the science put together. In that particular hugely successful explosion of research, the great lacuna is research around these substances. These substances, which as you can see from this table, have enormous potential utility across a range of disorders which are very difficult to treat, and moreover, which are so difficult to develop new drugs for that the pharmaceutical industry has largely given up. These so-called illegal substances are the best opportunities we have for making developments in these particular disorders. The banning of them has stopped research by the pharmaceutical industry, it's stopped research by scientists, it's stopped research by clinicians, and I'm calling on neuroscientists to stand up and argue the case, because if scientists don't push for science, then no one else will. And I genuinely believe that the opportunities that have been lost in the last 50 years as a result of the censorship and the banning of these drugs has been hugely deleterious, not only to medicine, but to neuroscience. I mean, if a drug like cannabis can treat a traumatic disorder like PTSD, we should be working out why it does it and how it does it and optimizing the way it does it. And we need to do that in scientific studies, in the test tube, and in animals, and also with clinical trials.
The next article is at page 181. This is Annexure D to your expert summary. This is also an article authored by you, is it not?
That is right, yes.
Tell us about it. Where does it feature? What journal is this?
So the Pharmaceutical Journal is the journal of the Royal Pharmaceutical Society. The Royal Pharmaceutical Society, of course, is the national organization representing pharmacists. And again, as they're professionals, like doctors, they are forced to abide by the law. And many pharmacists have been exercised by the inability, particularly in the UK, for research on cannabis to take place. And they follow the developments in countries like the Netherlands and America. And in discussion with them, I was asked to write this article for their journal. And essentially, it's a brief resume of the previous article targeted at pharmacists.
On the first page, it starts by saying the outlawing of the use of cannabis medicinally was done with political motives. There is no evidence to suggest that legalization of cannabis for medicinal purposes would increase recreational use. Can you expand on that for us?
So, historically, in my country and your country, cannabis was a medicine. Recreational use was seen as undesirable. I believe South Africa was the first country in the world to ban recreational use of cannabis. The UK did it along with many other countries back in the 1930s. However, we carried on having medical cannabis available. The Americans had a particular vested interest in generating fear of cannabis. This stems back to the origins of the Drug Enforcement Agency, which is a sort of internal police organization independent of the police, which essentially monitors and tries to control drug use. The DEA was formed when the US was going through its period of alcohol prohibition It was formed as an uncorruptible branch of the police to deal with the enormous organised crime and local crime that alcohol prohibition had developed. When it became clear that alcohol was going to be removed from prohibition and put back into the US economy in a traditional regulated fashion, the person who was running the DEA at the time, Harry Anslinger, was generally accepted to be the second most famous person in America after the president. He had an army of 35,000 people, and he realized they would all be made unemployed and he would lose his status as a result of the change in the law. And so he decided there had to be some other drug than alcohol he could turn his army of enforcers to. And he created the myth of marijuana madness. He started to develop media concerns about marijuana, focusing on the fact that it was used by Mexicans. In fact, he changed the name. The common use of marijuana instead of cannabis in America came because you could associate marijuana with Mexicans. So he developed hysteria around the use of marijuana by Mexicans who were then, as they still are now, coming into America across the border. He created hysteria about the effects of marijuana on young people, encouraged fears of drug-crazed, reefer madness, Mexicans assaulting white women, etc. So he developed this racist policy against marijuana, against Mexicans, in order to keep his business going. And he was very successful. And as part of that process of attacking marijuana, he and others persuaded the American Medical Association to agree that marijuana wasn't a medicine. Now, as you know, the USA has been largely funding the international organizations that have a role in drug policy, such as the WHO and the United Nations. And the effect of that is that always there's pressure for all countries that are partners in those organizations to sign up to the United States policy. And many countries did. But we didn't. The Brits didn't. We continued having medical marijuana in Britain until 1971. At that point, we eventually gave in to the US pressure to comply with their belief system that marijuana was not a medicine. And that's what I say there. The outlawing of marijuana in the US and in Britain, initially as a recreational drug, subsequently as a medicinal drug, is a political act. It's not based on a proper appraisal of harms or the benefits of marijuana.
You say on page 182 that the House of Lords recommended that cannabis be made legal for medicinal use. Tell us about that.
That is correct. In turn of the century, the House of Lords had a very detailed appraisal. They conducted about a year-long assessment of marijuana with a particular interest in medical marijuana. And that report is a remarkably good report. I would strongly recommend people reading it. It's still very relevant to today's debate. And they argued it should be a medicine because it had been a medicine and there was no rational reason for it not to be a medicine. And the British government at the time said it would move towards making it a medicine. And for a couple of years, there was a reassessment of the harms of cannabis, the actual status of cannabis in our classification system, where it was classified then originally as a Class A, the most harmful, or as a Class B, a moderately harmful drug, depending on its form. Cannabis was the only drug downgraded to Class C in the history of our Misuse of Drugs Act. There were positive moves to make a more rational approach to cannabis. And then again, I think largely because of pressure from the Bush administration, we decided to, the government decided to rescind on its promise to the House of Lords to promote medical marijuana. And it started to go back to the old days of seeing cannabis as a useful political tool in order to demonstrate its alignment with international conventions, with the war on drugs through the UN, and also to make sure each party vied with the other to be harder on drugs. And cannabis was a very easy drug to be hard on because it's used by young people and it's used by people who often don't vote.
Are you aware of some of the therapeutic benefits of cannabis?
I am, yes.
Could you tell us what some of them are?
Well, shall we go back to the, I think if we go back to the Nature Reviews paper, this is the table there on page 177. This is a very good summary of the major therapeutic uses. Page 177.
You're referring to the table in the bottom right of the page on page 177.
That is correct.
Explain this to us as laypersons, please.
So what we have done here is looked at the potential therapeutic uses of a range of these so-called illegal drugs, proven therapeutic uses in the first column, potential uses in the second column, and where neuroscience could make use of these drugs in the third column. So at the time of writing this, which was now 5 years ago, it was clear there were proven therapeutic uses for cannabis, the top row for spasticity disorders such as multiple sclerosis, for pain disorders, and to stimulate appetite in disorders such as cancer and AIDS wasting disease. There were potential therapeutic uses in attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and insomnia. And there were neuroscience research interests relating to the nature of consciousness, the nature of psychosis, and the mechanisms underpinning how we regulate pain and how we control our appetites.
Are you aware of countries in which cannabis is recognized as a medicine?
Yes, so now I believe it's 19 countries in the world have accepted that cannabis is a medicine, has been a medicine, and is now been reinstated as a medicine on their pharmacopoeia. And also, of course, there's the USA where although the federal government doesn't recognize cannabis as a medicine, the majority of states have now accepted the reality of that. And across the world now, there must be maybe 100 separate disorders that where cannabis can be prescribed by a doctor or a health professional for those disorders. They vary. In some American states, the indications are different from some other American states. I think the most interesting one is the recent decision by the German government to license cannabis as a treatment for 80 separate disorders, and to make it a requirement that not only state doctors, but also doctors that are paid through insurance companies are allowed to prescribe it, and that insurance companies must reimburse. So I think this is a major development. It's been a medicine in the Netherlands for 17 years, but the German decision is a very powerful one because, of course, Germany has a record as being one of the, in fact, until the last 20 years, the leading country in terms of medical research, pharmaceutical development. Most Western pharmaceutical companies originated from German chemical companies. And the fact that the German government has decided that cannabis has 80 indications, I think is a testimony to the fact that it is a useful medicine.
Tell us about Sativex.
Yes, so Sativex. Sativex is the first licensed cannabis-derived medicine. It's derived as a model or as some kind of approximation to to the cannabis plant as a medicine. So,
is it synthetic or is it a whole plant extract? How is it made?
So Sativex is a combination of two of these plant products, THC and cannabidiol, the stoning agent and the kind of protective agent. Sativex is an extract of the plant that has a fixed combination of these two agents, and these are put into an alcohol solution, and it is sprayed into the mouth. So rather than smoke it, it is sprayed in. So people who take it, they open their mouth, take a shot of Sativex, and then it's absorbed through the mouth and down in the gut. So it's the first of the first medicine developed based on cannabis extracts of different components. It was developed in the United Kingdom by a company called GW Pharma and has been licensed in quite a number of countries now in the treatment, particularly of spasticity in conditions such as multiple sclerosis.
On page 183, under the heading Pharmaceutical Aspects, tell us about what is being conveyed there. Page 183.
The challenge with the cannabis plant is the fact that it has so many different chemical ingredients. So maybe up to 100. And each of these might potentially be valuable. One of the concepts which is developing as research on cannabis is gradually beginning to take off is the so-called entourage effect. The entourage effect is the idea that different components of the plant will add value to other components, so that you may get greater value from the whole plant than from just one or two extracts of the plant. This entourage effect is being demonstrated now in both human and preclinical studies. And it raises interesting questions of how best to optimize the use of the plant. And some people would argue that the whole plant is the best way of optimizing its use. Others would say, well, no, we should extract each of these substances independently and test each of them in a particular disorder. And that is the approach that is being promoted by Dr. Madras and the FDA and many other people who are against the cannabis plant being a medicine. They say that it's impossible to take a plant and put a plant through medical research in the modern times, and that it's impossible for a plant to be produced with enough consistency and specificity so that it could be a medicine. And therefore they say we should forget the plant and just extract each of those 100 chemicals and test each of them, and test each of them in combination and find the right ones for the right disorder. Now that would be a very interesting thing to do. It would be a very difficult thing to do. It would take centuries of research at the present rate, particularly if all these substances are illegal. Because who's going to do it? Pharmaceutical companies aren't going to do it. Governments can't afford to do it. And the number of trials you'd have to do would be hundreds of thousands of trials, because for each indication you'd have to take each element of the plant and test it in a different dose and then bring them together in different combinations. So the reality is it is not possible in any sensible way to use the reductionistic modern approach, the FDA approach, to proving that each element works. And I should say that I think this is not only practically impossible, but it's also wrong. Because the FDA approach is not about proving a medicine works. The FDA approach is about giving a license to a manufacturer to promote a medicine. We know, in my country, we know that half of all the medicines that are dispensed by hospital pharmacies do not have that kind of approval, because they're medicines which have been around for a long time, and they're medicines for which companies have no interest in doing trials and marketing the drug. But that does not stop them being medicines. In your country, not a single traditional remedy could be licensed by the FDA. In fact, across the world, almost no herbal remedies or natural, traditional remedies would meet the criteria for the FDA. Now, that doesn't mean they're not medicines. It simply means that the FDA have set criteria which would exclude their use or exclude them from being sold as medicines in America. And I do not believe that medicine, or what is a medicine, should be defined by what an American organization says. I think that's wrong. Medicines are what doctors use to help their patients. Medicines are not what the FDA says you can sell. Sure, if you want to sell in America, you have to comply with the FDA regulations. But that's true whether you want to sell a food or a medicine. But medicine itself is not a discipline that should ever be controlled by the arbitrary constructions that the FDA or even other European or even other Western regulators want to apply, because they effectively will stop innovation and they will stop traditional use, and they will mean that we do not progress. Now, people say, okay, well, look, is it right to be using a herb when we could get the pure product? And Dr. Madras says, well, we don't chew the bark of wattle trees to get aspirin for pain control. We don't eat foxglove leaves to treat our heart failure. And I would say, well, some people do. In fact, in many parts of the world, people still use herbal remedies. But I would say more than that. I would say, how was foxglove discovered to be a treatment for heart failure? It was discovered by, almost certainly, by local people trying it out, and by doctors picking up this local knowledge and testing whether the foxglove would actually help people who had dropsy or swollen ankles from heart failure. If we didn't use plant products, we would never have modern medicine. So it seems to me absurd to say that now we cannot use plant products because we have modern medicine. That seems to me a non sequitur. And it may be in a few centuries' time we've sorted out all the pharmacology of the cannabis plant, and it may be we can have different combinations of the different products that we can take in capsules in different ratios for disorders if we want. We may not have to smoke it or turn it into butter or whatever. But at present we can't, and it will take centuries to get to that point. And I don't believe we should deny medicine, doctors and patients the opportunity for treatment for those centuries until this modern form of medicine finally grinds itself to a point where it's satisfied.
All right. The article that we've been reading from, Annexure D, you adopted for the purposes of your evidence? The one we've just been busy with?
Yes, this one, yes. What, the pharmaceutical?
Yes, the pharmaceutical. You adopted for the purposes of your evidence today?
Yes, and can I just say one more thing, my lord?
Yes.
So, as a result of this article, there was a debate in the annual Congress of the Royal Pharmaceutical Society. A debate, should cannabis be a medicine again or not? And that debate was won. The majority voted in favour of reinstating cannabis as a medicine in the UK.
Annexure E on page 186.
Yes.
This is a document bearing the British Home Office logo in the top right. On the left it says Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs, and it's entitled The Classification of Cannabis under the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971. Tell us about this document.
So this document was a publication that I helped write for the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs, the UK's governing body on drugs of potential misuse. It was occasioned by the House of Lords report in 2000, and given that the House of Lords had raised serious questions about the classification of cannabis under the Misuse of Drugs Act, we were requested by the Home Secretary, this committee was requested to review the classification of cannabis under the Misuse of Drugs Act. So we conducted a series of hearings, we gathered expert evidence, and then on the basis of about a year's work, this report was produced.
Take us through it, please. What does it convey?
Well, maybe if we go to page 188.
Certainly.
So, Michael Rawlins was the chair of the council. I was the head of the scientific committee. And together we took the evidence and wrote this report. And you can read his letter to the Home Secretary. And the core of the recommendations, the second paragraph, the council recommends the reclassification of all cannabis preparations to Class C. The council believes that the current classification of cannabis is disproportionate in relation both to its inherent toxicity and to that of other substances, such as amphetamines, that are currently within Class B.
Yes.
And the rest of the report really it gives you the background to the Act and then to the evidence we took. And we went through the use and the harms of cannabis in a very systematic way. You can see with the subheadings epidemiology, risks to human health, acute health risks, long-term health risks, etc.
Could I ask you to go back to page 188 and just deal with the contents of the letter, because it would be remiss of me not to point out that in the next paragraph it says, in making this recommendation, however, Council wishes it to be clearly understood that cannabis is unquestionably harmful. Furthermore, the Council is anxious that the dangers associated with the use of cannabis preparations are widely known. For this reason, the report has been written in a style that we hope is accessible to the public at large. The selected bibliography, from which the full bibliography and the underpinning scientific evidence has been adduced, can be found at the end of the report. So please explain that qualification, particularly the emphasis that it must be understood that cannabis is unquestionably harmful.
Yes, so clearly when we were going through the data, it was inevitable that we would discover there were harms. All drugs can be harmful. And at that time, there were people who were making claims that cannabis was not harmful. But all drugs can be harmful, and we thought it was important to try to produce a very balanced and honest report, and in a form, as I say, written so that the general public could understand it. And this was a way of really beginning to try to communicate at least our decision-making, the Council's decision-making, to the public, because we believed, and at the time I strongly believed, that if our UK Misuse of Drugs Act was honest and in accordance with scientific evidence, both of the benefits and the harms of drugs, that people would listen to what we had to say, and if we said something was harmful, they would take notice. We did not want to be dismissed as being exaggerating drug harms or minimizing drug harms. My ambition then, in this report and subsequent reports, was always to be very explicit about the potential risks of this drug and other drugs, so that people could make their own minds up, and the general public could make their own minds up. So yes, so people need to know cannabis can be harmful, like other drugs. But, as we said, it certainly wasn't as harmful. I mean, some forms of cannabis before then, cannabis oil, they were classified as a Class A drug, the most harmful drug, Class A, alongside crack cocaine. And that is absurd. And that kind of juxtaposition of drugs, where there is unquestionably major differences in harm, that undermines the whole credibility of the Advisory Council and also the legal system which allows that to happen, because people then don't believe, however much truth there is in your report, people won't believe it if the Act itself doesn't represent the true relative harms of drugs.
Can you deal with the question of harm at page 193 under the heading Risks to Human Health?
Yes.
Could you take us through that?
Well,
Yes.
Mrs. Tamlin, if we could just take the
Certainly.
the court adjourns. Mr. Mohan?
Professor Nutt, you spoke about the FDA procedure for approval of promotion of a medicine. Tell us what effect that procedure had in the case of Sativex.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to. I forgot to mention this earlier on. One of the other major problems with pursuing the kind of FDA recommended approach for medicine is the cost. And this is true in the US. It's also true if you go through the UK or the European regulatory system. The cost of developing a drug through that system is enormous, often up to $1 billion per drug. And that means, therefore, that the companies have to recoup that money through the sales of the drug and the pricing of the drug. And that has led to the fact that Sativex in the UK is priced at such a level that is outside the ability of the NHS to pay. It has very limited access in the NHS and also for people to pay privately. So there is a perverse consequence of going to this what you might call the sort of the perfect approach to drug regulation, which is that the costs can actually mean that the drug is never used or has a very much diminished availability. And that is another reason, I think, why cannabis products and the cannabis plant could not be put through those processes, because they're even more expensive when you have to work with a drug that's controlled.
We were going to deal with the harms associated with cannabis use, which you deal with on page 193 under the heading Risks to Human Health.
Yes.
Before dealing with the subheadings, acute health risks of cannabis, etc., just explain to us what those first two paragraphs are trying to convey.
So, para 4.1 and para 4.2, they are explaining to the public that the harms of drugs, the health harms of drugs, are complicated, and that some of them relate to the effect of the drug. So in the case, we have an example there, lung cancer from smoking cigarettes. But also in 4.2, we explain that the use of the drug can produce health harms that are independent of the actual drug, but are dependent on the route of use, for instance. So the spread of HIV is not because of heroin, it's because of the injection of heroin, and it would be true for injecting of other drugs. So we have to distinguish the harms of the drug and the harms that come from using the drug in a particular way.
Then you've got the subheading Acute Health Risks of Cannabis. Acute health risks are those due to the direct effects of cannabis on the body after its immediate use. They include actions on the brain, the heart and lungs, as well as other organs.
Yes.
You start off in 4.3.2 talking about redness of the eyes. Tell us about that.
So cannabis has quite a profound effect on blood vessels. It causes them to dilate, and when they dilate in the eye, you get a red eye, which is a well-known sign that people have been smoking cannabis.
Would you say that that does or does not pose a significant health risk?
As far as we know, that presents no health risk at all.
And then you say the cardiovascular actions of cannabis are similar to the effects of exercise and probably do not constitute a significant risk in healthy adolescents and young adults. They can, though, be dangerous in people with diseases of the cardiovascular system, especially those with coronary artery disease, irregularities of heart rhythm, high blood pressure, or in individuals at risk of stroke.
Correct. If you have a problem with your cardiovascular, your heart system, anything that increases blood pressure or heart rate could lead to angina or a heart attack. So there are clear risks, and that risk is equivalent to walking upstairs. I mean, it's equivalent to increasing your heart rate by 10 or 20 beats through exercise. So there are very few recorded incidents of cannabis leading directly to someone having a heart attack. But theoretically it can happen, and it almost certainly will happen if it's widely used. But as I say, it's like exercise.
And are there any substances of which you're aware which are not criminalized, the use of which is not criminalized, to which that would also apply?
So if you're looking, for instance, at the effects of drugs on the heart, well, in terms of a drug like alcohol or tobacco, they will have cardiac effects in a similar fashion. So this is not special to cannabis or other illegal drugs.
4.3.4, cannabis has been reported to produce modest bronchodilator effects, opening of the airways, but can worsen asthma. Chronic use of cannabis has also been alleged to decrease sperm counts and sperm motility in men and suppression of ovulation in women. The effects of cannabis on fertility, however, are unclear. Explain that to us.
Well, these were the data we had 15 years ago. There is no question that some people with asthma, if they smoke cannabis, they smoke tobacco, their asthma can get worse. So that's a warning to individuals with asthma not to smoke. Chronic use of the sperm count, the sperm motility, the ovulation, that was a concern at the time. I think we are not seeing any evidence to substantiate that now. So I think that's an example of where greater use has led us to have greater information.
And so what is your opinion on sperm counts, decreased sperm counts and sperm motility in men is alleged to be as a causally connected to use of cannabis?
I think it's unclear whether that is something that happens.
4.3.5, unlike sedative intoxicants such as alcohol, cannabis does not cause respiratory depression or suppress the gag reflex even when extremely intoxicated. Explain that.
So the gag reflex is the reflex that makes you vomit when you have something stuck in your throat, makes you want to expel substances. It's a vital reflex for staying alive. And many deaths from alcohol or other sedatives and also heroin and opiates are caused by the fact that they suppress this reflex. And therefore, people may regurgitate the contents of their stomach, and then that goes into their lungs, and they haven't got the gag reflex, so they can't cough it out, and so they die. Not because the drug has killed them, but because the stomach fluid and the acid has gone into their lungs and kills them. So this is a very common way, severe intoxication with alcohol and with opiates kills you. But cannabis doesn't do that, so it's one of the reasons why there are almost no reported overdose deaths from cannabis.
You say, moreover, the fact that cannabis is usually smoked means that the effects are almost immediate, and once inhalation stops, they begin to subside. More severe intoxication may occur after the ingestion of products because of the variable speed and extent of its absorption into the body.
So we know that smoking something is a very efficient way of getting a drug into the body, but it's also a very efficient way of stopping the drug getting in, because if you stop smoking the joint, then you cannot take any more cannabis in. And because the effects from smoking are almost immediate, within, say, half a minute of inhaling, you can judge whether you've actually taken in the amount you want to take in. People can calibrate their dosing very easily. If you take a biscuit or a cake or a pill with cannabis, then it goes into your stomach. It takes several hours for it to break down and be absorbed. And then there's nothing you can do about it at that point. So if you've taken too much, then you are intoxicated. You could be potentially too intoxicated. So the smoking route, although it's not desirable for lungs, is a very efficient and has a very high safety margin when it's used because people can terminate the intake almost instantly.
4.3.6, cannabis impairs the performance of complex tasks that require sustained attention and motor control. You talking in here, are you referring to at the point when the user is stoned?
Yes, this is about being the acute effects of cannabis in the brain. They're not good if you're doing complicated things like driving or being an aircraft pilot or working with machinery which could harm yourself or other people.
We go on to say when these involve risks to self or others, such as drivers, aircraft pilots, etc., cannabis can be dangerous and even more so when used with alcohol.
That is correct. I showed you the data, I believe, on Friday of the road traffic accidents. Although cannabis is less harmful on the roads than alcohol, if you're drunk and then you take cannabis, then the effects are additive. So we should dissuade people from mixing those drugs.
You make this observation. Cannabis differs from alcohol in one major respect. It seems not to increase risk-taking behavior. This may explain why it appears to play a smaller role than alcohol in road traffic accidents. Explain that?
It's a very important point because one of the reasons alcohol is so strongly associated with road traffic accidents is that alcohol impairs judgment. It makes people believe that they are better drivers than they are, that they've got better reflexes than they have, and it also encourages them to dismiss what they know about sensible safety precautions. And so people tend to drive faster on alcohol, more dangerously, and have more accidents. If anything, cannabis tends to make people more aware of their limitations, and therefore people tend to drive more cautiously, more defensively under cannabis.
So cannabis intoxication tends to produce relaxation and social withdrawal, rather than the aggressive and disinhibited behavior commonly found under the influence of alcohol. This means that cannabis rarely contributes to violence, either to others or to oneself, whereas alcohol use is a major factor in deliberate self-harm, domestic accidents, and violence.
And this, I think, is where the most obvious difference between these two drugs is found. We've all seen groups of people who are drunk, and we know how easy it is for that, even a small incident, to trigger a major violence between individuals or between groups of individuals. And in our cities in Britain now, many city centres have become almost no-go places for the average person who wants to just go out on a Friday or Saturday night and enjoy themselves, because there's such a huge amount of alcohol-related activity and violence. Cannabis is different. Cannabis does not seem to encourage violence. It doesn't facilitate violence, and I would just make the comment that when one spends a weekend in Amsterdam, where there is almost a balanced intake of alcohol and cannabis, it's much more pleasant than spending a weekend in cities like Bristol or Liverpool or Manchester or Leeds, where everyone is drunk.
Could you take us briefly through some of the typical characteristics that one might expect from someone who is intoxicated on cannabis? How would they behave typically?
Well, cannabis intoxication is usually associated with people finding things funny. Very often things that other people don't find funny, they find funny, which means that they They're often laughing to themselves. They're often making jokes that other people don't find funny. So there's a sense of kind of contentment and humour, often appreciation of music, and a desire to listen quietly to music, or by oneself, or with friends who are equally intoxicated. A calmness, sometimes sleepiness, and also quite often a desire to eat, the munchies, the appetite stimulating effect kicks in as well. So it's a very different kind of social engagement from the alcohol, which is often associated with activity, dancing, can lead to accidents and then lead to secondary violence as a result of bumping into people, etc. People who are stoned tend to be quiet, reserved, not particularly engaged in a lot of outgoing activity. They're not disinhibited. If anything, they're more inhibited. Whereas alcohol very much disinhibits. It encourages people to go out and talk to other people and make advances to other people or threats to other people.
In paragraph 4.3.7, you say acute cannabis intoxication can also lead to panic attacks, paranoia, and confused feelings that drive users to seek medical help.
Correct. That is correct. Now, not everyone enjoys cannabis. Some people get very anxious when they smoke it. Some people get paranoid when they smoke it. This leads to some of them seeking medical help, just like people having panic attacks for other reasons will go to the hospital and seek reassurance that they are not ill. These side effects of cannabis in some ways are quite useful because they reduce people's using it. So one of the reasons that people tend not to smoke cannabis all their lives is because a significant proportion do get paranoid or get anxious, and they think, well, that's enough for me, I'm not going to bother to carry on. So this contributes to the self-limiting nature of cannabis use in many people.
You go on to say these effects are generally short-lived and usually respond to reassurance or a minor tranquilizer.
That's correct. So these effects are the effects of the drug. They're the effects of the drug changing the individual's ability to be in complete control of their thinking, and then they panic. They last a few hours, and they don't have any major sequelae. They don't persist. So it's not as if they tip people into a state of chronic anxiety. They're just a transient effect of the drug.
Go on to say, in some cases, acute cannabis intoxication. Sorry, what does acute cannabis intoxication mean?
So acute cannabis intoxication is people smoke the drug and they become intoxicated. They get the experience of altered consciousness, and that then can lead to a state which is like psychosis. They can feel people are against them. They can feel that the world is changing, that shapes have altered, perceptions different. They may feel that their thoughts aren't working correctly, which of course they're not. And this is similar to what people with psychosis, or it's similar to some aspects of the experience of being psychotic for other reasons, like for schizophrenia or for bipolar disorder.
You say, in a few cases, such an episode may be the start of a long-lasting psychotic illness, usually schizophrenia. In people with pre-existent mental illness, especially schizophrenia, acute cannabis use can aggravate the condition.
This is correct. So what we now know is that although cannabis doesn't cause schizophrenia, in some people, a cannabis experience, of a psychotic cannabis experience, can be the start of their illness. So, although they get it anyway, using cannabis can bring it forward. The estimate is maybe by up to 1 or 2 years before it would otherwise have developed. So it can accelerate people developing schizophrenia, even though it doesn't actually cause schizophrenia itself. And people who have schizophrenia, they not uncommonly use cannabis. They use it for reasons we don't fully understand, often, I think, to deal with some of the side effects of the medicine they're on. But in these cases, the cannabis can also make them more psychotics, because being stoned is a kind of psychotic state, so it can add to their ongoing level of schizophrenia. And this is, I think, why many people think cannabis causes schizophrenia. It doesn't, but it can aggravate some people, particularly making some of the voices that they hear louder.
On the issue of schizophrenia, if we could turn to page 195, and if I could draw your attention to paragraph 4.4.6,
Yes.
where it says, the other main concern about the chronic use of cannabis is whether it can lead to mental illness, especially schizophrenia. Although debated for well over a century, no clear causal link has been demonstrated. The onset of schizophrenia often occurs in the late teens, when cannabis use is most common, so that an association is inevitable. This does not, though, necessarily mean that the relationship to cannabis is causal. To make the interpretation of such findings more difficult, many of these individuals have used other drugs, such as amphetamines, that may also precipitate schizophrenia. Moreover, as discussed in paragraph 4.3.7, cannabis intoxication can itself lead to psychotic symptoms that may be mistaken for schizophrenia.
Yes.
Back to page 194, under the subheading Long-Term Health Risks of Cannabis. Paragraph 4.4.1, you deal with smoking. Tell us about that.
So, well, smoking is dangerous because smoking involves, or traditional smoking of burning tobacco or burning cannabis leaf results in the production of a range of chemical products, also gases like carbon monoxide, which will irritate the lungs and can also affect the cardiovascular system. So putting burning plant material into your lungs is generally not something one would advise, unless there was some clear benefit from it, particularly if it was a way of administering medication. But generally, smoking is something doctors would try to minimize.
You say tobacco smoking is the largest single cause of ill health and premature death in the UK.
That is correct. And currently we have very little evidence that cannabis smoking is remotely as problematic as tobacco smoking.
Now, you will have seen from the defendant's expert summaries that the suggestion is that there are a range of carcinogens which feature when inhaling cannabis smoke.
Yes.
And thus the comparison is drawn between cannabis and tobacco, suggesting that, well, if a single dose of cannabis inhalation contains more carcinogens, well, then cannabis smoking is more harmful than cigarette smoking. What do you say to that?
Yeah, they're a very important question, very consideration that this report and others subsequently have looked at in some detail. There are many ways we can approach this question. Some carcinogens are higher in cannabis smoke than in tobacco smoke, but not all. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that cannabis burns at a lower temperature than tobacco. And that is a protective factor, because the lower the temperature of the gas going into your lungs, the less harmful it is. The third is that people's smoking careers on cannabis tend to be considerably shorter than those on tobacco. Very many people start smoking tobacco in their teens, and they continue to smoke until they die. That is unusual with cannabis use. People tend to smoke for shorter periods, maybe 10 or 20 years, or maybe have a gap between teenage years and retirement when they don't smoke. And also, they smoke less. Very few people would smoke more than maybe 1 or 2 cannabis cigarettes a day, whereas the norm for tobacco smoking would be 20 to 40 a day. So for those reasons, there isn't a very strong relationship between cannabis smoking and lung cancer. If there was, we'd have seen it by now, because particularly in countries like Jamaica, where cannabis has been smoked a lot for very many years. And we're not seeing in Britain any increase in lung cancer in people who smoke cannabis. So even though there's been this big increase in use. So I think for those reasons, the risk for lung cancer from smoked cannabis is it's not non-existent, but it's definitely not something that seems to be a major health problem at present.
In paragraph 4.4.3, talk about drug dependence, the process whereby repeated use of a drug leads to increasing difficulty in
several factors which come into play relating to dependence. Two main ones are the urge to use the drug, the pleasure they get from using the drug or engaging in the activity. So that's the sort of draw towards using it. And the other is the discomfort they suffer when they're stopping using it, the withdrawal symptoms. And withdrawal symptoms are best treated by using the drug again. So these are two separate elements in causing dependence. And dependence essentially means that you continue in that behavior that you wish not to continue in against your will.
And the dependence arising from use of cannabis, just to put it in perspective, how does it compare with other substances which are not criminalized?
The way we best estimate the dependence liability of a drug is to use a measure which we call capture rates. And a capture rate is the likelihood, or it's the proportion, perhaps better, the proportion of people who ever use the drug who become dependent, who then can't stop using. It turns out that the drug with the highest capture rate is tobacco. 40% of all people who start smoking end up becoming dependent and wishing they hadn't. For heroin and crack cocaine, the dependence rates are of the order of about 30%. About 1/3 of people get dependent. For alcohol, it's about 12%. And for cannabis, we now think it's around about 9%.
Paragraph 4.4.8, at the bottom of page 195, say there is no evidence that cannabis causes structural brain damage in man. Neither radiological studies nor post-mortem examinations have revealed atrophy or other causes for concern.
This is correct, and this was written in 2001, and the evidence still today supports that. You will find many, many papers saying cannabis changes the brain. They'll show you changes in one area or another area. Sometimes cannabis can make the brain bigger, sometimes it can make it smaller. Any change that's found in cannabis users is usually interpreted as being a bad thing. We don't entirely know why that is, because we know that the brain changes all the time as you learn. We know that through adolescence the brain actually shrinks in order to optimize its functionality. But with cannabis, there's been a very systematic attempt by scientists, in quotes, to prove it's damaging to the brain. And I don't believe it is. I actually can't really say there's any convincing evidence that it damages the brain. What I can tell you is that the one drug which does damage the brain is alcohol. Alcohol most obviously damages the brain. We've known that for several hundred years. And it's whichever measure we use of brain function, alcohol is damaging to brain function. Whereas using the same measures, we really have not been able to show any consistent evidence that cannabis damages the brain. And in fact, it may be protective. The effects of cannabis and the cannabis receptors on protecting brain cells from damage are well known. It's perfectly possible that cannabis might actually be a protective to the brain rather than damages to the brain.
Page 196. 3 paragraphs devoted to cannabis and pregnancy.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, clearly, look, the unborn child is something we have to be very, very concerned about. And we and you, particularly in South Africa, have seen enormous problems of damage to fetuses through alcohol use. So it's important that whatever we decide about cannabis, we have to we need to understand the best we can what impact it might have on the unborn baby. So we've looked at in the data here at some length. We know that tobacco smoking is a major cause of small babies because it constricts blood flow to the placenta. We know that alcohol is very, very toxic to the unborn brain. Alcohol causes more children to have developmental problems than autism, Down syndrome, and Fragile X, common brain syndromes put together. Alcohol is the biggest cause of neonatal brain disability in the world. Cannabis, some women do use cannabis during pregnancy. Their birth weights are smaller. That's probably due to the smoking element, the change in blood flow in the placenta, and the carbon monoxide from smoking. There may be a small effect on birth defects and the likelihood of a spontaneous abortion, but this effect is small. It was small then, and as I see it, it's still very small today. And it may have an impact on the viability of the baby after it's born. It may predispose to sudden infant death syndrome like smoking does. But that's probably an effect of the smoking, not of the cannabis. In terms of the child, it's very difficult to know whether cannabis smoking by the mother affects the child. We don't have a great deal of data on that. If it does, the effects are going to be subtle. And again, could be due to the tobacco smoke rather than the cannabis itself. So we conclude in 4.5.3 that cannabis use in pregnancy could not be considered safe. I would go further to say ideally one pregnant woman would use no drugs of any sort, but it's probably less harmful than alcohol, or almost certainly less harmful than alcohol or tobacco. But we should warn pregnant women to avoid all those substances.
And then under 4.6, does cannabis use lead on to other drug use? You talk about it's commonly known as the gateway theory, or reference to cannabis being a gateway drug. Tell us about that.
The gateway theory has been an enormously influential theory particularly in the USA, and it's been used repeatedly for decades as a justification of why cannabis should be kept illegal. And essentially it says that if you use cannabis, you are more likely to go on to use harder drugs. And the claim has therefore been made that cannabis itself, the use of cannabis, changes the brain such that people want harder drugs. And that's false. The gateway theory is a sociological phenomenon. It's an association between the use of cannabis and the use of, say, cocaine or heroin. But it doesn't prove that the use of cannabis causes the use of those other drugs. It simply says that people who use one drug are likely to use other drugs. And there are many reasons for that. I mean, people who like drugs are likely to use more than one drug. We know that people who smoke cannabis are likely to smoke tobacco. Does that make tobacco a gateway drug for cannabis? Well, probably not. It's probably that people who are interested in drugs, whether it's tobacco or alcohol or cannabis, are going subsequently to try other drugs. There is no evidence that cannabis makes your brain more vulnerable or interested in heroin or cocaine or other stronger drugs. Then, of course, there are sociological factors. People who work or live outside of the law often come from deprived backgrounds where drug use is more common and in some cases normalized. It may in some cases be the only form of economic work. So there's the social factors which push people in the direction of using illegal drugs. But the most important refutation of the gateway argument is the fact that the gateway is actually the prohibition of these drugs. If you seek to use cannabis in South Africa or Britain, or as it used to be in America, to get hold of cannabis, you had to break the law. So having broken the law, it was easier in some ways, less emotionally stressful to break the law again. But worse than that, you were then working with the illegal market. And one thing is clear, that people who deal drugs want you, as a drug user, to be on something much more dependence-producing, much more addictive than cannabis. And in most countries, drug dealers will deal crack, crystal, or heroin alongside cannabis. And they will very often offer the cannabis user an opportunity to try out a harder drug. They often mix hard drugs with cannabis to give people a taster so that they can hopefully get them hooked on the drugs which are going to produce the biggest profit in the black market. So it's by making cannabis illegal that people who use cannabis meet dealers in harder drugs. And that is exactly the reason why the Dutch government, back in the 1980s, decided to introduce, or to allow communities to introduce cannabis coffee shops. Because they knew that their children would be interested in experimenting with cannabis. But they did not want them getting their cannabis from someone who was going to offer them heroin. They wanted explicitly to separate the markets. They wanted to separate the hard drug market, as they called it, the heroin and the cocaine, from the soft drug market, the cannabis. So they allowed townships, they allowed the mayor and the police chief and the local politicians to come to an agreement that they would not prosecute people selling cannabis in coffee shops. They encouraged the development of coffee shops so that they could be confident that their young people, and even maybe their middle-aged people, could go in somewhere and get cannabis in a form that was as pure as it could be. They could have some choice about the form of cannabis. They could have education about the use of cannabis. But mostly, they would not be subject to offers of harder drugs. And one of the great successes of the Dutch model is that they did. They stopped almost in its tracks the use of heroin by young people in the Netherlands, because young people never met heroin dealers. So this is one of the remarkable social experiments in drug control, and it was designed to stop the gateway. Now, if the gateway theory was true, you'd have as much heroin use in young people in the Netherlands as you have in other countries where they have the same amount of use but access to heroin dealers, and you don't. So, in fact, it's the prohibition of cannabis that is the gateway to harder drugs, not the drug itself.
In paragraph 4.6.2, in the last sentence, you say, even if the gateway theory is correct, it cannot be a particularly wide gate, as the majority of cannabis users never move on to Class A drugs.
So Class A drugs being the hardest drugs, and are drugs like heroin and crystal meth. And that's true. We know that in many parts of the UK, many towns in the UK, 40% of young people, middle-aged people have used cannabis, and less than 1% have ever used a hard drug. So if it's a gateway, it's not a very wide gateway. It's not a gateway at all, really. The gateway theory was an attempt to scare the world about cannabis and to justify keeping cannabis illegal. There was never any evidence for it, and as I say now, if anything, we have evidence against it.
In paragraph 4.6.3, it reads, there are a few studies that have attempted to test the gateway theory by correcting for some of the more obvious confounding variables, and these have found a significant positive association, i.e. that early cannabis use is associated with an increased likelihood of later heroin use. Interestingly, other studies have found that the use of alcohol and tobacco in early teens, and especially in pre-adolescence, appears to be associated with the later use of many drugs, including cannabis. In all these studies, there is a distinct possibility that the driving factor in the misuse of drugs is the personality and or peer group of the subject rather than the drug itself.
And that's correct. I mean, what we're saying, repeating what I said earlier, that people use drugs for various reasons. Some people use drugs because they're interested in how their mind might change. Most people use drugs because their peers use drugs. Because if that's what's happening, that's the majority of people are drinking, you're odd not to drink. So peer pressure is enormously powerful. And what we do know, though, that people who use drugs like tobacco and alcohol before they're 10, they're very much more vulnerable to hard drug use and cannabis use. But those people are coming from a very odd background. They're either unusual in their normal peer group, or they're in peer groups which are usually very deprived. And the sole entertainment or the sole escape from life is to use a drug. So we really can't generalize from those rather extremely deprived groups to the whole population.
Page 197, under the heading Cannabis and the Health of Society. Tell us about that.
Well, it's very important when we're looking at the harms of drugs to think about the social consequences of drug use, the way drugs affect other people, not just the way drugs affect the user. And, I mean, clearly car driving, the impact of a vehicle going at 100 kilometers an hour, it's a weapon. It can be very damaging to the people outside the car and also to passengers in the car if the person who's driving it is not performing optimally. And we have to be cognizant of that, and we have to, whatever we do, we have to try to have strategies to minimize the harms that driving under the influence of drugs can produce. But as I've said before, cannabis in driving doesn't seem to be a major problem. It's certainly not as major a problem as alcohol driving, and we know in states in America where people are switching from alcohol to cannabis, deaths on the road from alcohol are falling faster than deaths are rising from cannabis. In fact, they're not rising from cannabis. There is now a consensus in America that cannabis is not inducing more deaths on the road, even though more states have legalized it. But alcohol deaths are falling because people are using cannabis instead of alcohol. And then the final point about injection. One of the reasons why cannabis is one of the less harmful drugs is that you can't inject it. And injection of drugs is the most dangerous way of using a drug, and it's the way that is most likely to develop harms or spread harms of viruses to other people. So anything we can do to stop people injecting drugs, we should. And that's one of the reasons why people are talking about using cannabis as a treatment for heroin addiction. Because if you can get people off injecting heroin and smoking cannabis, you're taking away the big risk that comes every time a heroin user injects heroin, they may die. And every time they share a needle, they may get AIDS or Hep B or C. You cannot get that with cannabis. So cannabis is intrinsically less harmful a drug than any drug you inject.
On page 198, under the heading Discussion, say, the epidemiological evidence demonstrates that cannabis use, especially amongst adolescents and young adults, is substantial. The apparent and ready availability of cannabis is, however, disproportionate to the relatively small numbers of people seeking help from drug treatment agencies for cannabis misuse. The high use of cannabis is not associated with major health problems for the individual or society. Explain that, please.
So after alcohol and tobacco, although even now in Britain I think cannabis use is more common than tobacco use, cannabis is the most popular drug of use. At that time it was third most popular drug in Britain, with, we thought, perhaps up to 1/5 of the population having used it. So it's much, much more widely used than any of the other illegal drugs. And yet we were seeing very little in the way of harms. And we were seeing relatively few people dependent on it. And so we concluded that the health harms from cannabis were actually not very compelling, and that they certainly didn't warrant the drug being put into the most harmful class of drugs, which were the ones which are by definition, under the Misuse of Drugs Act, the most harmful drugs. It wasn't fitting those criteria.
And then the conclusions to this report are on page 199. If you could take us through those.
So to reiterate, cannabis is not a harmless drug. No drugs can ever be harmless. And its use poses risk to both the individual's health, their physical health, their mental health, and to society. However, we argued that cannabis was not as harmful as drugs which are in Class A or even Class B of our Misuse of Drugs Act. And in 6.2, we make the point again, if the government does not truly represent the harms of drugs in its act, as it's supposed to do under the terms of the act, but if it doesn't tell the truth about the harms of drugs, then people will dismiss everything it says. So if people think that cannabis is wrongly classified, they will assume that everything is wrongly classified. It undermines the principle that the Act is based on. And so we recommended it moving it down to the least penalised part of the Act, which is Class C.
On that issue, without having to take you to the schedule to our Act, the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act, I'd like to just point out a number of substances which appear in the same schedule as cannabis in our Act. And I'm referring to Part 3 of Schedule 2 to the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act. Cannabis features. And then there are a series of fentanyl analogues. Does that mean anything to you?
Well, fentanyl and fentanyl analogues are extraordinarily dangerous opioids that are wreaking havoc in America now, have reached Britain. We've now had 60 deaths from fentanyl last year. This is a more toxic opioid than heroin.
Heroin also features on the same schedule.
So heroin, as you know, is a very powerful, potentially toxic opioid if it's misused or used inappropriately by injection. And in Britain kills, well, last year, nearly 1,800 people.
And then also methamphetamine.
Methamphetamine, crystal meth, or TIC, one of the most dependence-producing drugs we know, extremely likely to produce powerful paranoia in individuals, associated with a lot of violence, huge amounts of violence in countries where it's rampant, like Thailand, associated with extreme violence and often murders and homicides, etc.
What is your comment about the fact that methamphetamine, heroin, and fentanyl analogues appear in the same schedule as cannabis?
Well, it shows that the schedule bears no relationship to the relative harms of those drugs.
The contents of the report that we've just been through, Annexure E, do you adopt it for the purposes of your evidence?
I do.
Annexure F, starts at page 208. And this also bears the Home Office logo. It's entitled Cannabis Classification in Public Health, Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs. Can you tell us what this document is?
So this is another subsequent report on cannabis produced at the request of the government by the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs. You may be interested in the background.
Yes.
So as I said, the first report, the 2002 report, was occasioned by the House of Lords recommending medical cannabis, recommending a more rational, a more humane approach to recreational cannabis, and the government at the time agreeing to try to put in place the House of Lords recommendations. The government accepted the 2002 report we've just been through, but in the months coming up to its being made law, there was a massive backlash from the media. This was also supported by some politicians. And I have to say, I didn't know at the time, but I thought it was just the right-wing media becoming hysterical about a drug being reduced in penalties. But I'm pretty sure now that there was a lot of pressure from the USA. We were hearing comments from our Foreign Office that the Americans had put cannabis as their #1 drug problem, and they were concerned that we weren't doing the same, and there were pressures on us through our government to reconsider the classification of cannabis. So the Home Secretary at the time, who was before this one, that the letter is written to, insisted we reviewed cannabis again with this. I think the argument, or the suggestion, was that we might have got it wrong the first time, and maybe we should get it right this time. So we did the same thing again. We conducted the same review. It took a year. We took expert opinion, and of course, evidence was growing at the time. But you can see, as a result, despite all that, we've scrutinized all the evidence. We came to the conclusion that it should still be a Class C drug in the class of the less or the least harmful of the drugs that are controlled. You might also notice in the third paragraph, we pointed out that
on page 209,
that criminal justice measures are not working and will not work. And that if people are concerned about the harms of cannabis, you need to do something, or you need to approach this question in a different way. Because we had clearly seen that criminalization was actually not leading to a reduction in use. And we also emphasized the need in the fourth paragraph. We need to do more research. And sadly, that's never been done.
On page 212, there's somewhat of an exposition under the heading Introduction. And it deals with products of the plant and aspects related thereto. If I could ask you to explain some of these concepts to us.
Yes. So the cannabis plant can be used in different forms or formulations or products. You can extract a resin from it, which you can then grate onto as tobacco or smoke in a pipe. That's called resin or hash. You can have traditional herbal cannabis, which comprises the flowering heads, which is have been grown in a way, in the traditional way, without trying to change the concentrations of the active ingredients. And then you can have this unfertilized flower, sinsemilla, and that has been an approach to develop a stronger form of cannabis called skunk in the slang. And this is a cannabis that is grown to maximize the content of the THC, the stoning ingredient, and that process can lead to very high proportion of the flowers being THC. So you can get maybe 15% or more of the weight of the plant in this active ingredient. That has happened largely in an attempt to maximize the benefit of the dealers in the market, because the more products, the more of the active product you can produce, the greater the return on investing in growing the plants, heating the plants, lighting the plants, etc. So it's changed the market, and this was a concern in Britain at the time, that the market had morphed from being a market largely of imported cannabis from countries like Morocco and Lebanon, which were growing either the traditional cannabis or the resin, to the homegrown form of skunk, because this is grown hydroponically, it's in sealed buildings with ultraviolet lights, etc. And we were concerned that this stronger form of cannabis could be more intoxicating in the same way as whiskey is stronger than beer, or wine is stronger than beer. And we were also concerned about the loss of the other ingredients in the plant, because when you focus the plant to grow a lot of THC, it inevitably is unable to grow the other substances, which might be protective or balance out the THC. So we were interested in the question of whether the rising use of skunk would itself present different health problems to the traditional use of marijuana.
Right. I don't want you to repeat any of the evidence which you've given already, but if we could go through this report. Page 214, paragraph 3 is the heading, Epidemiology of Cannabis Use. Explain what that is.
So these are the estimates of the people in the UK who are using cannabis, their ages, and how much they use.
Yes, and take us through the observations.
So we have a survey in Britain, 3.1, called the British Crime Survey, and it's conducted on a regular basis, and on it's conducted annually, and in some of the years they ask questions about drugs. So they've asked people in an anonymized way whether they use drugs, so we can get an estimate of what people use drugs. And then there's a similar survey in Scotland called the Scottish Crime and Victimisation Study.
And there's a table that appears on page 215.
Yes.
Take us through what it intends to convey.
Well, so the table is constructed, the column on the left is the age range, The next column are the proportion who've ever used cannabis. The third column, use in the past year, and the fourth, the use in the past month.
Those are percentages.
Correct. Percentages of 16 to 59-year-olds. And you can see that the 25 to 29-year-olds, 46.5% had used cannabis at some point in their life. So, as I say, this makes it probably as almost the same as tobacco in terms of the use. And use in the last year, that falls off markedly with age and is mostly in the young group, as is use in the past month.
And then there's a second table.
Yes.
What does that convey?
So this is the change over the period from 1996 to 2006. And it's the two left-hand columns are the full range, 16 to 59-year-olds, and then the right-hand two columns are the younger people, 16 to 24. And it shows, well, some increase in use, higher use in the 90s than at the present day. So overall, it shows that there's less cannabis use in 2006-07 than there was in 96-98.
Paragraph 3.4 says there has recently been an attempt in the Netherlands to characterize the use of cannabis among regular users. The study suggested that users might be divided into three groups, so-called clusters. Over the page. Cluster 1, this group tended to be young males, mean age 22.7 years, whose cannabis use was frequent and who were in pursuit of high levels of intoxication.
Yes.
Cluster 2, these were older people, mean age 27.7 years, of both sexes who sought moderate levels of intoxication. They adjusted their smoking behavior in response to the potency of the cannabis they were using. Cluster 3, this group consisted of mature cannabis smokers, mean age 37.5, whose consumption was consistently high and whose pattern of use was little affected by the strength of the product.
So we were looking at these Dutch data in an attempt to get our best estimates of what impact skunk might have. One of the reasons we were asked to redo the report so soon after the previous one was because skunk was becoming, at least in the media, a topic of great concern. And it was clear from police seizures that skunk was becoming a greater and greater fraction of the cannabis being used. We rather successfully stopped these importations from Morocco, so we were moving to homegrown, and homegrown was skunk. So we wanted to get evidence of whether that was going to cause problems in the long term. What's interesting is if you look at the tables, you see table 2, if anything, it may be that skunk is reducing the number of people using it because it's become more unpleasant to use. An analogy would be if all you could drink when you started drinking was a neat scotch, a lot of people probably wouldn't drink alcohol because that gives you a burning sense in the mouth, it burns down your gullet, and it's not immediately obvious why anyone would drink scotch. And that's why alcohol is usually presented to novitiates who are introducing themselves as flavoured alcohol, either with fruit juice added or fruit syrup added as a top to the lager or a beer, or even as alco pops, where they put sugar into alcohol to make it taste just like a fizzy fruit drink. So strong drugs often can be aversive to individuals, and that may be one reason why skunk is not as big a problem as we thought it might be. But nevertheless, we wanted to go to a country, the Netherlands, where skunk was invented and where it had been used. And they had done experiments. They'd done experiments with people using cannabis and then, in a hidden, blind fashion, given them skunk instead to see what happened. And this is how they came up with these clusters. One of the young cluster are the people who actually start on skunk and who use skunk in a very different way to the people used to use traditional cannabis. And they tend to use it in bongs, and they tend to set out with the intent of getting completely intoxicated very fast. Usually in a group, usually in someone's home. So they're safe, but they use it to get a state of intoxication which most normal cannabis users would find unpleasant. They're small in number, and we don't really quite know why they do it, but it's something about escaping, we believe. Cluster 2, these are people who have smoked cannabis normally, recreational use. If you give those people a stronger version of skunk, they immediately smoke less, because they know they're getting intoxicated too fast, so they reduce the number of times they inhale to keep the level. So this is, again, like a responsible drinker, someone who, when at a dinner party, drinks a glass of wine, and when they're offered a glass of scotch, they don't demand a wine glass full. They know the scotch is stronger, so they drink a smaller amount. So they're aware of the relative impact, and their brain can tell them that a stronger skunk is producing too much intoxication, so they can reduce their consumption. And then the third group are an interesting group. These are people who've been smoking cannabis for 20 years or so. They smoke a lot, and they're probably tolerant. They're probably like the alcoholic who's tolerant and can drink anything in large amounts because their brains have adapted. So based on this, we were concerned. We were concerned that we should educate young people around the risks of heavy intoxication from using bongs and skunk. But we were less concerned about the emergence of skunk into the recreational markets, because we understood from these data that people would either reduce their consumption or they would not be adversely affected by the stronger variant.
All right. Page 217, again under the heading Physical Harms. As I said, I don't want you to repeat what you said previously. If you could simply go through and point out to us any aspects which are in addition to or different from what you had observed in the previous report.
So in terms of effects on the circulation, these are identical, nothing new there. Effects on the respiratory system, just the same, emphasizing the safety of cannabis, even in people very intoxicated, because of the protection of the gag reflex. I think what you see at the bottom, 4.3.2, this is an important consideration for your country. In the UK, most people smoke cannabis with tobacco. As I mentioned, tobacco burns at a higher temperature than cannabis, is more toxic to the lungs than cannabis, more likely to cause lung cancer, and is more dependence-producing. And one of our concerns was that smoking cannabis with tobacco might increase the number of people who are tobacco dependent, because some people might initiate, well, we know some people do initiate smoking with cannabis, and they may not realize that smoking it with tobacco will put them at the risk of tobacco dependence. We know that in other countries like the USA, it's typically smoked without tobacco, and that has the advantage that it burns at a lower temperature, so it produces less health harms, and also you don't get the risk of tobacco dependence. And the comment we make here takes into account that final observation. If you mix the two and you smoke cannabis and tobacco, the net temperature of the air you're breathing in, the fumes you're breathing in, is lower than smoking tobacco. So there's a kind of protective effect of cannabis on smoking tobacco if you smoke the two together. The reproductive system 218, nothing had changed. These are essentially the same comments. We advise pregnant women to take no drugs. 219, short-term harms to mental health. Well, we give a little bit more detail here, and there was some more data emerging about acute cannabis intoxication and whether it was schizophrenia or whether it was just drug-induced intoxication. And it's worth commenting on this one, this Danish study, number 12 in 5.2. And this is an example of all the problems we have understanding the cannabis psychosis data. People smoke cannabis, they have a psychotic episode, it may lead to them going to hospital, and then they may carry on having psychotic episodes. But that is almost certainly due to the fact that they continue to smoke cannabis. It doesn't mean that you've induced a long-term alteration in their brain that is schizophrenia. 5.2.1 just shows that there's no worsening of the poisoning situation with the rise of skunk. There are fewer inquiries, or a smaller proportion of the inquiries to the poisons service are for cannabis. Of course, that could be due to the fact that there are an increase in other drugs taking over, but nothing in the poisons reporting to suggest that the rise of skunk was leading to greater adverse effects in the community. The driving issue here is we added something here which is important, and this relates to the testing of cannabis when people are driving. And that is the fact that when you test for cannabis, you can find cannabis in the urine or the blood for many weeks, because cannabis is a very fat-soluble substance. It goes into fat, it's stored in fat, and slowly, it very slowly comes out from the fat. So you can detect small amounts, non-psychoactive amounts of cannabis in the urine for weeks. This is one of the reasons why testing prisoners is so problematic, because you can find out whether they smoked weeks ago, and even though they're not affected at the time of testing, you can still punish them for that. And that's why prisoners switch to spice, because you couldn't test spice in the urine. But on the road, you can test for cannabis, but most of what you will test will not be relevant, because it'll be cannabis which was consumed days or weeks ago and will have no impact on the driving. The impact of inhaled cannabis on driving lasts around about 12 hours. And people have shown that not just with driving, but also with aircraft pilots looking at the impact of cannabis, experimental cannabis intoxication on their ability to control aircraft. Now, if you test for cannabis in urine and assume, therefore, they're impaired, you are essentially prosecuting people, convicting people for an offence which is not there, because they will not be impaired if they have taken the cannabis more than, say, 12 hours before. So there's a very big risk of injustice if you just routinely test everyone for cannabis in the urine. There are ways in which you can improve your testing to look at the recency of use of cannabis, and if you're going to bring in roadside testing, I would strongly suggest that that is brought in rather than just this routine testing for any cannabis in the urine.
How is that manner of testing done? In other words, The object of a roadside test is to determine whether, at the time of being pulled over, the driver is driving under the influence of the intoxicant.
That's correct. So you can get better estimates as to when people smoked based on ratios of the different forms of cannabis that you find in the urine. It's quite a technical question. I'm not an expert in it, but I know that you can get a reasonable estimate of when the drug was consumed by the ratio of the different forms of cannabis, the cannabis acid, etc., that is found in the urine.
Are these tests readily available, these testing kits?
Oh, these kits are now available, yes, so it is now possible to test for recent use rather than just any use in the last month. And that's obviously appropriate when someone is driving, because you want to know if they've got active amounts. So you can test not only for recency of use, but also you can set a threshold for the active ingredients in the urine, which you can be fairly confident would impair driving. In the same way as you have a threshold, is it 50 in this country?
Yeah, 0.05.
0.05. So you have a threshold for alcohol. You can have a reliable threshold for cannabis in the urine if you test people when they're driving.
Well, I think that's probably a convenient time. I see it is 5 minutes early, but...
Yeah. The court adjourns. Mr. Mahar.
Thank you. Professor Nutt, before the adjournment, we were at page, I think it was 219. And you were at that point dealing with psychomotor performance, which I think you've dealt with. If you could take us through the rest of the report, perhaps starting at page 221 under the heading Dependency, and just deal with aspects in respect of which this report either supplements the previous report or differs from the previous report.
So this report contains some more data than we had in the 2002 report. And we're able to look at the prevalence of cannabis dependence in Table 3.
That's on page 221.
Page 221, 6.3. And you can see there that cannabis dependence was a significant issue, particularly in young males aged between 16 and 29.
And do the conclusions differ than those which you gave previously when going through the previous report?
No, we knew that cannabis was a dependence-producing drug. We now have more data on that, and that is one of the reasons we say it is not harmless.
Paragraph 7 on page 223, effects in individuals with established schizophrenia. Anything you need to add there? You also deal with the theme of schizophrenia in paragraph 8 on page 224.
I think it's important to keep emphasizing this relationship between cannabis and psychosis. So many people who have mental illness use cannabis. Many people with schizophrenia use cannabis. And this can make some of their symptoms worse. And those symptoms are the symptoms that doctors tend to focus on. So from the medical profession, cannabis seems to worsen some aspects of schizophrenia. It doesn't cause it, but it can worsen the symptoms. When you speak to patients, why do you use cannabis when it means it's, say for instance, the voices get louder? They will often say to you, well, I use it because it helps me think more clearly. It helps me to overcome some of the side effects of the medicine. I enjoy it. I've got no other pleasures in life. So the relationship is complex. Most of the people with psychosis who use cannabis aren't dependent on it. They're using it because they get something from it. The medical profession get concerned about the bad effects they get, and we tend not to focus on the reasons they use it. They're self-medicating for other problems. So it's not fair to say that just because psychosis is worse on cannabis, that cannabis is deleterious to people with psychosis. We can see from some of the more recent data that's reported in the American Medical Association and a book, that, in fact, it turns out that people with schizophrenia who use cannabis often are performing better. They're more cognitively intact than people who don't use cannabis. And that could be because cannabis is helping them think more clearly. So it is a very complicated question. And you cannot simply say that because people with psychosis or schizophrenia use cannabis, it's necessarily bad for them. So in 224, we go into this in quite a bit more detail. And rather than go through it all, I've said most of what I've said before, we can say that if cannabis contributes to schizophrenia, it contributes a very small fraction of the number of cases of schizophrenia. And we go into some of the statistical discussions here. I showed you the data in my slides that there's no temporal time-related change in the diagnosis of schizophrenia over time in relation to the consumption of cannabis. And if you go to 227, 8.10.1, this is the key figure here. So we say at the last sentence of that paragraph on page 227, if you look at the increased risk of cannabis that some people claim, if that were true, we can then compute that to prevent one case of schizophrenia in men aged between 20 to 24, you have to stop about 5,000 young men from ever smoking cannabis. And the figure for women is about 7,000. Now, we don't know how to stop people using cannabis. Even if we did, it would be a very inefficient use of public health resources to try to stop schizophrenia by stopping young men or young women smoking cannabis, because the gains are so slight. The number of people you have to intervene with of 5,000 to stop one case is just not something that a rational policy, a rational health policy, is certainly not a policy that you could in any way believe that criminalization of users or some kind of penal sanctions on users could ever be warranted to justify such a tiny gain in outcome.
And then under the heading anxiety and depression.
Yes, well, again, we looked very systematically at the data we had there, and the answer is there are associations, because people who use cannabis are often anxious, and some become anxious as a result of using it. But it's very difficult, if not impossible, to disentangle the self-medication. Anxious people use cannabis to calm them down. Depressed people use cannabis to help them deal with their depression. It's very unclear whether cannabis use contributes to these disorders in a meaningful way.
Page 228, the gateway theory.
Well, this really just repeats what we said in the previous report. The gateway theory is a theory. It has very, very little in the way of empirical evidence. Most people who use cannabis do not go on to using harder drugs. Most people who use harder drugs have used drugs other than cannabis. And therefore, we conclude in 815, if the gateway exists, it is small, and less than that associated with the use of alcohol and tobacco.
Page 229, under the heading societal harms. First subheading is effects on performance.
Here we have a slightly updated consideration, conclusion from the previous. We now make reference to more laboratory studies that have looked at the impact of cannabis on functioning when people are doing tests and tasks. And here we can report it has a dose-dependent effect on motor control. People are less precise in what they do. They're less good at solving complex problems when they're under the influence. They're slightly more impulsive at making decisions where to push the button, but they do not take more risks. So that's another distinction from alcohol.
Under the subheading criminal and antisocial behavior. There's talk of a study that was done. Tell us about that.
Yes, this is a study looking at the use of cannabis and the sharing of cannabis in young people. It was largely directed at finding out whether young people were dealing cannabis, whether it was they were getting into criminal behaviours as a result of exposure to cannabis. And it showed that most of young people's interactions with cannabis and their friends are social. They're not marketing it to them.
If you could just deal with paragraph 9.5. It says a survey of 100 young people aged between 16 and 24 years who spent between £40 and £100 plus per week on cannabis indicated that the use of cannabis enabled them to relax, relieve boredom, and enhance otherwise mundane everyday activities. Nevertheless, young people also identified negative personal and social impacts, including lower academic attainment, poorer relationships with their parents, and the possibility of getting a criminal record. Less than half the respondents stated that they had engaged in any activity they would regard as antisocial after smoking cannabis, and few suggested there was a causal link.
So this was an attempt to understand why young people use cannabis, because the use has been booming, and we wanted to know whether they were using it because they were dependent or whether this was still out of choice. And this report indicates that young people use cannabis for the similar reasons that older people use cannabis, to help them relax, to relieve boredom, and enhance otherwise mundane everyday activities. But they're aware of the consequences. They're aware that if you are stoned all the time, then you won't do as well at school, and you may get into trouble with your parents. And they're also very well aware that they might get a criminal record. So they're not doing this in a thoughtless way, they're doing it knowing what the consequences are. And it's interesting that the majority of them had not engaged in any antisocial behaviour after smoking cannabis, which fits with the general perception that cannabis doesn't lead to criminal activity or other antisocial activity.
And there's a heading, cultivation of cannabis, on page 230.
Yes, so what had happened in the period between our first cannabis review and the second one here was there was growing evidence of a switch from imported cannabis from Morocco to these homegrowns, the so-called factories, cannabis factories being set up in the UK. These are a direct consequence of the successful seizures at the ports of imported cannabis. These internal factories were quite problematic because they were often being run by Vietnamese gangs who were putting young Vietnamese men into them, some as young as 13, as gardeners. So they would be put into the factory and told to look after it and make sure the plants grew well, with very little hope of getting out and very little income. They were effectively slaves to the production of cannabis. And this was a great concern to us. And these factories were not only producing a lot of strong skunk cannabis, but some of them were also stealing electricity and stealing water from domestic users. And the police were finding that they were becoming the major source of skunk in our country. And this is what happens when you turn off one market or one source to a market, the Moroccan imports, another source develops because the demand isn't going to go away. The demand is there, it's not driven by the availability.
In pages 231 to 233, there's some discourse about potency.
Yes.
Give us.
So this is the data that I referred to when I was talking about our concerns about how potency was increasing because people were switching from imported herbal or resin to homegrown skunk. And if you go to table 5 on page 232, you look at the concentration of the active ingredient, my lord. Look, the table there, table 5, you see the 3 different forms: sensimilla, this new stuff, the skunk; resin, traditional crushed, pressed extracts of the flower; and imported herbal cannabis. And you can see that whereas the herbal cannabis was typically running at a concentration around about 5% THC, and the resin, where we have data about the same, we see this very rapid increase in the concentration of THC in the sensimilla or skunk. And this is the business of getting more bangs for your buck. If you're investing in homegrown production, you will grow cultivars which are very strong in THC, and you will use a heating and a lighting system that maximizes the production of THC. So we're creating a stronger product. It's very analogous to what happened many centuries ago when people realized they could distill alcohol and go from 5%, 10% alcohol or 15% wine and distill it up to 30 to 40% strength of brandy or whiskey. The other thing we noted in table 3 was the point I've made before, that if you make the plant put its efforts into making THC, the stoning element, it doesn't make cannabidiol, the protective element. And you can see here how levels of cannabidiol are very much lower. CBD here in table 6,
Page 232.
Page 232. If you look at the first column, sensimilla, you see the THC was about 14%, and the CBD virtually non-existent. We have changed the nature of the product to a THC-dominant product, whereas the resin, which is coming from overseas, the more traditional way of growing and preparing the cannabis plant, there's a balance between THC and cannabidiol. They're about the same. And that's the same ratio as in Sativex. That is felt by many people to be the optimal ratio for getting the beneficial effects of cannabis.
Now, in a world where cannabis was not, there was no absolute prohibition, and we're talking about a regulated system,
Yes.
How would these observations which you make here in regard to the potency be dealt with?
So we have examples of this now through the Netherlands and also through the American medical marijuana situation. And the general experience is that people prefer a balanced mixture. There are some individuals, particularly those who become heavy users of cannabis, that push themselves to use the stronger variants. And there are this small group of people who are trying to get out of their heads on the very strong skunk. But the majority of people find the balanced mixture is the one they prefer. They prefer for the effects and for the medical effects.
And so in a regulated system, how would potency be determined, incentivized, dissuaded, those sorts of things?
So there are several ways you could do this. The first and most important thing is to make sure people know what they're getting. At present, you have no idea whether you're getting skunk or ordinary cannabis because there's no way of knowing. In the Netherlands, they have a range of different products with different ratios, and you can ask and inquire, and they will guide you, the experts, the users who sell the products will advise you. In Uruguay, they've made a decision only to make available very low THC cannabis, 2%, on the grounds that that would still be beneficial, relaxing, therapeutic, but would minimize the risk of intoxication and adverse effects. So different approaches have been taken by different localities. And time will tell which of these seems to be the most effective. But what you can say, I think, is that a combination of a regulated market where there is proper delineation and definition of concentrations and ratios, plus adequate education, is the one that is most likely to minimize harms and maximize benefits.
Page 234, there's a section dealing with public attitudes to cannabis. Tell us about that.
Yes. So, during the production of this report, we undertook a Murray poll to estimate what the public wanted. The debate about cannabis in the UK had become extremely polarized in the media. Some newspapers campaigning ferociously to go back to a very punitive approach, and others saying, let's go to a more liberal approach. And we were interested to know what the general public thought, because one of the government's justifications for controlling drugs is to protect the public, and the concerns of the public were seen by the government as being significant. In fact, our Misuse of Drugs Act actually allows a drug to be controlled, even if it's not harmful, if there is significant public concern. It's a rather odd aspect of the drug law, but it says public concern could warrant the control of a drug. Now, it's not possible to ascertain public concern by reading the newspapers. So we did a poll. We did the poll, the same poll that the government itself uses to get public opinion on whether it's doing the right kind of policies or not. And we asked a representative group of the public what they thought should happen. Should cannabis, which was now at Class C, should it be regraded to Class B or even to Class A? Or should it be downgraded and made legal? Or should it stay the same? And what was remarkable was that the majority considered cannabis to either be to stay as Class C or make it illegal. Less people wanted it reclassified to Class B or A.
So you said make it illegal.
Make it legal.
Make it legal. Sorry.
You can see here in 11.3.3, 11% of the population thought cannabis should be equivalent to Class A, 13% equivalent to Class B. So that's 24% of this representative group of the population thought that cannabis should be made, the punishment should be enhanced, the class should be made higher. 41% said it should stay as it is, Class C, with a 2-year maximum penalty for possession. And 27%, that is more than those who thought it should be A or B, 27% essentially said it should be legal, there should be no penalty. Now, that was a very powerful finding, and I think it shows how out of tune with the public many of our newspapers and some of our politicians are.
Page 237, you deal again with the epidemiology of cannabis use, physical harms, short-term harms to mental health. If you could just take us through that, only insofar as it differs from what you told us previously when we were dealing with the previous report.
No, so this is simply a condensation of all the points I've made earlier. I don't think there is anything new here. I suppose in 238, para 12.6, we are emphasizing that dependency should be taken seriously, as we take seriously dependency on drugs such as alcohol or heroin. It's a real problem. It's a problem that is not going away despite the criminal sanctions against users, so we should therefore try to develop health approaches to it. And then the others are, these are just condensations, discussion points around the points I've already made.
All right.
I think maybe one other thing, perhaps I didn't talk about this already, 12.14.
Page 239.
239. And maybe it's worth 12.13 and 12.14. 12.13 relates to acquisitive crime. We know in the UK that half of all acquisitive crime is associated with alcohol and quite a lot with heroin.
What is acquisitive crime?
Acquisitive crime is taking something that belongs to someone else. So burglary, armed robbery, pickpocketing, etc. Alcohol, in particular, is strongly associated with burglary, possibly because people get drunk to get the courage to do it. And heroin, of course, is associated with a lot of street crime. But there was no evidence to suggest that cannabis is related to that kind of crime. And also, the media concern that the use of cannabis, particularly skunk, was leading to antisocial behavior was not borne out by the evidence we took, and nor by the questionnaire we did with the public. People have become frightened of those who use cannabis because the media have fueled and bloated any reports of antisocial behavior on cannabis. Cannabis is not a drug that makes much of a contribution to antisocial behavior. And then we talk more about the public perception and opinions on 240. The police were very interesting here. The police used to be very in favour of reducing the severity of penalties for cannabis. They saw cannabis users, the need to prosecute cannabis users as a distraction, as an irritation. And then they were incentivized. Prosecuting cannabis users became a measure of success, and so they switched. And of course, part of the justification for criminalizing users was to try to persuade policemen who were doing this that they were doing a good thing. But a lot of policemen did not believe that. They still felt it was wrong to be criminalizing young people for using a drug which was less harmful than their favorite drug, which is alcohol. So I think overall, I've said it all here, the recommendation was to do quite a lot of research and education, but to keep the classification as it was, as Class C. And that is, I think, on well, maybe it's at the very end. Well, I think it's also in the letter at the beginning. I think they recommended. Yes, so, yes, 13.5.1, 242, cannabis should remain a Class C drug. So that's the lowest class. That's alongside benzodiazepines and not alongside heroin or crystal meth.
What are benzodiazepines?
Those are drugs like Valium that are sedatives. They can be misused by people. Okay.
And these two reports, subject to what you said now, I take it you adopt them as part of your evidence?
I do.
Professor, if you could you please tell us what your view is in regard to whether or not there is credible scientific evidence to suggest that cannabis is effective in preventing either certain conditions or the symptoms associated with those conditions? Is there credible evidence to suggest that cannabis is effective?
Well, there's considerable amount of evidence that cannabis can be effective across a range of different symptoms, either to prevent or to ameliorate symptoms of distress.
Now, I obviously wouldn't expect you off the top of your head to remember a whole list of conditions to which that would apply, so I'd like to read out to you a series of conditions. And if you are of the view that there is credible scientific evidence to suggest that cannabis is effective in either preventing or treating that condition or the symptoms associated with that condition, I would ask you to just say yes. And if not, say no. I see there's an objection.
Lord, my learned friend and I both rose simultaneously, so he might have something different to say to me. He has indicated I must go first. That's not acceptable what our learned friend has proposed. This man he's leading in evidence is an expert. He either knows or he doesn't know. To be led on this issue, my Lord, is not acceptable, as your Lordship.
Thank you. Mr. Bokapa?
We expect such information to be contained in his own reports now.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Mahoney?
My Lord, it's simply a practical issue to, I mean, there could be 100 conditions. You can't be expected to learn them off by heart. There's two ways we can deal with it. One, it is in his summary. I could turn him to the list and ask him to confirm it. Or we could ask the experts during an adjournment, perhaps overnight, to draw up a list and then present it perhaps in evidence.
The first option might that not be
Certainly,
better
my Lord. I have no difficulty with that, my Lord.
ask the witness to...
Yes,
confirm
I in
by
fact
reference to that.
wanted to prevent the perception of leading the witness, which I thought
Yes.
that might create, but if that's...
But then you'll refer the witness to the part in his report.
Yes, certainly, Lord.
Yes.
Could I refer you, Professor Nutt, to page 138?
Yes.
Paragraph 2.1.2 reads as follows. There is credible scientific evidence to suggest that cannabis is effective in preventing and or treating the conditions of and or symptoms associated with the following. And there are 17 conditions which are listed there on page 138. If you could cast your eye over them and then let us have your comment on whether that is correct or whether you wish to qualify it in any way.
So, well, we have already discussed the fact that there are licensed cannabis medications for chronic pain and for the side effects of cancer treatment. There's also a considerable amount of evidence that some cancers may respond to cannabinoids. There's good evidence in human trials that cannabinoids can help with the wasting of HIV and also the side effects of HIV treatment. There is credible evidence that cannabis can be useful in people with attention deficit disorder or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And in fact, a clinical trial on that has recently been conducted by colleagues of mine in London. There's credible evidence that individuals who switch from drinking to using cannabis will reduce the harms of alcohol, and my own studies have shown that alcoholics who use cannabis show less alcohol-related brain damage than those who don't. Alzheimer's disease, cannabis can be used to help reduce some of the behavioral disturbances of Alzheimer's disease, and there is a very exciting new development published just a few months ago showing that at least in animal models of Alzheimer's disease, cannabis can protect against or slow down the progression of the disease. In arthritis, there isn't evidence that cannabis can reduce arthritis itself, but there is evidence it can be used to help deal with the pain of arthritis and the sleep disruption that pain can produce. We've already mentioned that many people use it to help deal with anxiety. And again, many people use alcohol to deal with anxiety, and I would contend that cannabis would certainly be a safer option. The inflammatory bowel disease, Crohn's disease, is one of the reasons why very many people have taken to using cannabis. Trials have not been conducted for the reasons I said, that it's very difficult to do, but the public discourse on the value of Crohn's disease, particularly cannabis in terms of reducing the pain and the diarrhea, is very strong, and certainly I'm comfortable saying I believe it helps those symptoms. With epilepsy, one of the reasons many American states made cannabis legal was because the strong anecdotal evidence that certain forms of epilepsy, particularly the severe epilepsies in childhood, Dravet syndrome and also Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which had failed to respond to many different anti-epileptic drugs and many combinations of those drugs. So the point was children were having seizures up to 10 times an hour, and their lives were destroyed and their families' lives were destroyed. We see now that the use of cannabis extracts, cannabis oil, can be transformational. And there's one very famous case which the young girl was having hundreds of seizures a week and is now going to school. So there is unquestionably the case that cannabis can help in forms of epilepsy. And a clinical trial with a variant of Sativex is going on with that. For mood disorders, people use cannabis to treat their depression. We don't have systematic studies, again, because there's very little interest in the pharmaceutical industry in developing that, but I think certainly the sleep disruption of depression may be ameliorated by cannabis. Heart disease and cardiovascular problems. This may seem paradoxical because I told you earlier on that cannabis can elevate blood pressure and potentially be problematic for people who have a history of heart disease, particularly angina. The interest here is more that components of the cannabis plant might be useful in people with heart failure, and it might increase the capacity of the heart to pump and therefore help people overcome heart failure. And heart failure is a growing problem. It's one of the very few disorders in medicine we have really almost no new interventions for, and we haven't had for many years. So there is there are at least academics developing an interest in that question. Hepatitis C, people with hepatitis C are very often drug users. They're often wasted, they're often in pain, and it's credible that cannabis may be used to help them deal with those symptoms. And again, because cannabis doesn't affect the liver, it's way preferred as a drug to be used than a drug like alcohol. Insomnia, there are now there are many people who report the benefits of cannabis, smoking cannabis for insomnia, also taking cannabis in the form of chocolates for insomnia, and there are studies showing that it does promote sleep. Multiple sclerosis, the original trials of Sativex were in multiple sclerosis. It's licensed for that indication. Osteoporosis, somewhat more speculative. Cannabis will help people with pain in their bones, but also it's now been demonstrated that cannabinoids are important in bone growth. So there is interest in whether we can use the products of the cannabis plant to promote bone growth, particularly in postmenopausal women. Post-traumatic stress disorder, this is an area that is of considerable research interest at present. Small trials have happened. They are positive in their outcome. Many people turn to cannabis to deal with the nightmares of their trauma. Many more turn to alcohol. Most who've tried both say that cannabis gives them more relief and is less damaging to their bigger long-term health. So I think I've covered them all.
You've now discussed numerous harms which you say can be associated with the use of cannabis and benefits. What is your opinion in relation to the harms relative to the benefits?
Oh, I have very clearly of the opinion that the benefits of cannabis, when used medicinally, far outweigh the harms.
And what is your opinion regarding the harms associated with the use of cannabis?
So
relative to the harms associated with its continued criminalization?
Cannabis is not a harmless drug. I have emphasized that all through my evidence today, all through my reports. Much of the harms of cannabis, however, come from the fact it is criminalized, it's sold in the black market with poor quality control. Those harms that have been claimed for cannabis, such as schizophrenia, 2.1.4, decrease in IQ and motivation, respiratory disease, cancer and dependency, they have been grossly exaggerated by so-called experts who have a belief that this drug should be kept illegal and have tried to trawl up any kind of evidence to support this a priori belief that this drug should be made illegal. I have given you examples of the exaggeration of these claims, and more than that, even if these claims were true, they do not warrant prohibition in the way it's carried out today for the reasons I've spelt out, because many of those harms will be exaggerated. And also, they don't warrant a particular fixation on cannabis. The people who argue that cannabis should stay illegal because it is harmful, almost to a person, forget or ignore, they must be aware of it, they ignore the fact that alcohol is a more harmful drug on almost every one of the arguments that they use against cannabis. And they do that, well, my presumption is they do that because they know that if we were to compare alcohol and cannabis, alcohol would come out badly. And I think, to be honest, it's a dereliction of scientific duty. Scientists who claim a drug should be banned because it's harmful should not blinker themselves to one drug. They have a responsibility to humanity to focus on all the drugs that humans use. And the focus on trying to find harms of cannabis while deliberately ignoring the harms of alcohol, I think, is unscientific, and it demeans the integrity of experts who do that.
The comparative analysis that you've undertaken, scaling the potential harms of different drugs, to your knowledge, would such a similar or corresponding exercise, was it possible to have undertaken such an exercise at the time that cannabis was first criminalized?
It's always possible to apply scientific processes to any decision making. It would have been perfectly possible in 1934 to have done that, perfectly possible. Obviously, there was less evidence then, but maybe, Your Lordship, I could just tell you a little bit about the history of cannabis. We haven't talked, and you may hear later about this, but since about 1880, people have tried to find reasons.
One moment, please.
Lord, we've already listened to part of this. This is not an historian that's sitting before Your Lordship, and it's contained nowhere in even his annexures.
Yes,
And we object to this evidence, my Lord.
thank you.
Well, my Lord, it may be anecdotal, but if there's something that he knows, the the veracity of what he knows can be dealt with in argument, of course, but if there's something that he knows, then it might be of use to your lordship.
But do you think that what the witness is about to say is relevant to this discussion?
Well, my lord, just by way of example, by virtue of his position as a scientist, he will also know the history behind the science. And so he is better placed than someone who's not a scientist to talk about that history. I say that merely to illustrate that although he's not a historian, we sometimes come into contact with facts which we accept as truths, given that they have been historically accepted as truths in the field in which we work. And that's really, I think, merely what the witness is alluding to, my lord.
Yes. Would you try to be as brief as
Yes,
possible?
very briefly, my
without
lord.
Giving,
Yeah. I will be very brief. I would just want to say that the arguments we are rehearsing here about the harms of cannabis, particularly around psychosis, started being rehearsed in the 1880s with the British Hemp Commission, explored the question in India, and they came to the conclusion then, the same conclusion as I have come to, that the use of cannabis is not a cause of schizophrenia. So we have 100 years of repeating these arguments, and people really, I think, should be aware that this is a process of trying to justify keeping the drug illegal rather than a true scientific understanding of the drug.
yes, thank you.
Your summary starts at page 133, and there are certain aspects which you indicated that you wanted to clarify or correct. Could I ask you to turn to paragraph 10 on page 134? It reads, in November 2010, the expert published another study in The Lancet, co-authored with Les King and Lawrence Phillips, on behalf of his own independent committee, item number 10 in the plaintiff's discovery affidavit dated 6 April 2016. This study ranked the harm done to users and society by a range of drugs, owing in part to criticism over the arbitrary weighting of the factors in the 2007 study. The new study employed a multi-criteria decision analysis procedure and concluded that alcohol is more harmful to society than both heroin and crack, while heroin, crack, and methamphetamine, crystal meth, locally known as TUC, were the most harmful drugs to individuals, and then it has the words in brackets, excluding alcohol, close brackets. What do you have to say about that?
No, that's a typo. The excluding alcohol should be deleted.
The entire, both the words.
Just the two words in the brackets, that's all. That was a mistake.
Paragraph 1.1.2 on page 136. This thing, journals. There's reference to a journal article titled Effects of Schedule 1 Drug Laws on Neuroscience Research and Treatment Innovation, authored by inter alia the expert, as appears in The Lancet, item number 15, the plaintiff's discovery affidavit.
Yes, that should read Nature Reviews Neuroscience, which you have.
That's the article that we looked at previously.
Correct, that's right.
So instead of the words The Lancet, it should read Nature Reviews Neuroscience.
Correct.
Page 137, paragraph 1.1.5.3. There's also reference to the article which we looked at, but it's dated online publication in 2002. Is that correct?
So this we have this is this is not 2002. This is the 2008. That should say 2008.
Page 139. Paragraph 2.1.5.3. Say, in any event, so you're referring here to the majority of the alleged ill effects associated with cannabis use. in any event fall well within the parameters of the scientifically established harms of non-prohibited substances such as tobacco, alcohol, and opioids. What do you say there?
Well, it may be confusing to people to have opioids there because some opioids are more harmful. Maybe some, like codeine, are of the same order. So that may be too general a term. So perhaps we should delete opioids.
Okay. Now you've read through the contents of your expert summary, have you not?
I have.
And subject to the changes which you've now indicated, do you confirm its correctness?
I do.
I'd like then to deal with some of the defendants' expert summaries. The defendants' expert summaries appear in file 5. Have you read the defendants' expert summaries?
I have.
There may be one which you may not have seen that came in, when was the last time? Last week? Thursday. If memory serves, it was on Thursday of last week where a new expert summary was delivered by the 1st to 7th defendants in relation to a criminologist. I'm sure you would not have seen that.
Not seen that.
Sorry, you shook your head. Did you say no?
I have not seen that, no.
Have you read through the summary of Mr. Bayeva at
Yes.
Page 5?
I have.
Now, we're not going to go through the summaries line by line. No doubt the propositions will be put to you under cross-examination by my learned friends. But just by way of a few general things, you will have seen that Mr. Bayeva, I beg your pardon, might be Dr. Bayeva, no, Mr. Bayeva, I think. He relies on evidence that cannabis is destructive to the brain. What is your view on that?
Well, he doesn't cite any evidence, and that's presumably because there isn't any. Although it depends on what he means. In terms of changing brain structure, then I don't think there's really any evidence at all. I mean, Lord, I maybe just explain something here. The way in which the brains of people who use cannabis are studied is usually to take a group of cannabis users and image their brains, and then take a group of non-cannabis users and image their brains. And when you do brain imaging, and I do a lot of it, you get many, many, many results. You can divvy the brain up into thousands of different sections. And then what happens is that people look to see, is there a difference in one of these many subparts of the brain between the cannabis users and the non-cannabis users? And if you do enough comparisons, you will find significant differences. Normally in science, we have a criterion of 1 in 20. If something happens more with a likelihood of less than 1 in 20, then it's unlikely to be random. When you're doing many, many comparisons, there's a good chance that by random you will find more than 1 in 20 that are actually occur, but they are still random. because there's such a desire in the scientific community, particularly the American-funded NIDA, to find problems with cannabis users, to justify cannabis staying illegal, these findings get reported, even if they're statistically invalid, and even if they don't have any meaningful biological outputs. I would say to you, you can find as many papers showing that cannabis increases brain size as decreases brain size. But all the emphasis is on the negative rather than the positive. And this is why I find it remarkable that Mr. Beyever can say that it's destructive to the brain, because even those people who do claim it has an impact on the brain, no one has ever shown it damages brain tissue, unlike alcohol, which clearly does. So I find that statement just way beyond the evidence at present.
Mr. Beyever also refers to the fact that cannabis appears to have become more potent over the years. And
Yes.
the suggestion, if I may paraphrase, is that legalizing or decriminalizing cannabis will result in people taking more potent doses of cannabis, which will have detrimental effects.
Well, I've already dealt with this in relation to the UK situation. We have seen that it's the criminalisation of cannabis users and the criminalisation of production and supply that has led to the growth of the stronger variants. So where we have more rational regulatory approaches, like the Netherlands, like Spain with their cannabis clubs, like Portugal, where decriminalisation of possession of all drugs exists, we don't see significant changes. We don't see people craving the strong cannabis any more than we see people preferring to drink whiskey to wine in this country. People make rational choices if they have a choice. In the black market, they don't have a choice, but in a regulated market, they would have a choice. And I don't believe that people would want harder, stronger versions because they're less pleasant. People find them less easy to take.
Mr. Beyever also makes the observation that cannabis contains 50% more tar than a comparable sample of ordinary tobacco and 70% more of the hydrocarbon benzoaperone.
And we touched on this again in my evidence. Yes, a single cannabis cigarette will produce more tar and more potential carcinogens than a single tobacco cigarette. But people tend to smoke many, many more tobacco cigarettes than cannabis cigarettes because they have more addictive properties. The effects of nicotine are shorter lasting than the effects of cannabis. So in a lifetime, tobacco is much more destructive. And we can't find any evidence around the world, particularly in countries like Jamaica, where cannabis use amongst Rastafarians has been very high for decades now. We don't see any evidence that these carcinogenic substances are leading to cancers, lung cancers. You know, there are some cases of lung disease in heavy smokers of cannabis, but the proportion of individuals who get lung disease is much less than the proportion of smokers, because cannabis burns at a lower temperature and you use much less of the plant material during the course of your exposure to it than you do with tobacco.
At page 17 is the report on cannabis and its use in South Africa by Shabir Banu. Please, if the witnesses may be watching or listening, I don't mean any disrespect if I mispronounce the names. And there's an observation made by Shabir Banu in regard to the mixture of cannabis with other potentially toxic substances when when smoked.
Yes.
What do you say about that?
I say that that is a problem wherever there's a black market. It's not a problem in the Netherlands. No one's mixing heroin or fentanyl with cannabis in the Netherlands. But in my country, they're commonly putting a little bit of crack in with the cannabis to help people get a bit more of a buzz so they can get to like crack and get addicted to crack, or a little bit of heroin. In your country, I gather there are multiple different substances that are put into cannabis cigarettes to change the taste and change the addictiveness potentially. That would not happen in a regulated market. That would one of the great advantages of regulation is that you can regulate. You can make sure that what is sold is what should be sold.
And then there's the, at page 57, the opinion of Dr. Lokhandra Naidu.
Mm-hmm.
You've read that report?
I have.
What is your comment on that?
Well, this report, like the others, essentially it just rehearses the current incorrect opinions that many toxicologists, doctors, pharmacologists have about cannabis. It focuses on cannabis without taking into account comparative harms of other drugs. And it has a sort of assumption that because the drug's illegal, there must be some rationale for that, and seeks to bolster that decision by finding harms from cannabis.
Yes, then if I could turn you to page 79. In fact, before we get to 79, start of this summary is at page 75.
Mm-hmm.
This is the summary of Franco Pierre Visser. You've read the summary?
I have.
And at page 79, there's a quote. The third paragraph on page 79 is in quotation marks and in italics, with the reference given at the end, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime 2016, own emphasis added. The quote reads as follows: "The nature and extent of the potential health risks and harms associated with cannabis use are continually under debate. Cannabis use can be perceived to be relatively harmless when compared with the use of other controlled psychoactive substances, and also in relation to the use of tobacco or alcohol. However, lower risk does not mean no risk. There are harmful health effects associated with a higher frequency of cannabis use and initiation at a very young age, especially among adolescents during the time of their cognitive and emotional development. Adverse health effects of cannabis use associated with cognitive impairments or psychiatric symptoms are well documented in the scientific literature." You read that quote?
I have.
Do you have any comment on that?
Well, I think the key point of that paragraph is that it really says what I've been saying all along. That it's not harmless, but it's relatively harmless when compared with alcohol, tobacco, and many other of the controlled substances, such as heroin, crack cocaine, crystal meth, etc. I have never said there is no risk. I've always said that the risk of cannabis does not warrant prohibition with the level of intensity that has been exercised throughout the world, largely in the last 70 years. And in fact, it's the prohibition which has significantly contributed to the development of harms.
Right, then, in the same file which you have, there should be a divider which reads 8th Defendant's Expert Bundle. And if you go into that divider, at page 6, you will find the 8th Defendant's Notice in terms of Rule 36(9)(b), expert summary for Professor, it says Betha, I think that's a typo, I believe it's Bertha, K. Madras, or Madras, not sure how to pronounce it. Have you read the summary of of Professor Madras?
I have.
Tell us broadly what your views are in regard to what she says.
Dr. Madras is a very well-established, high-quality biochemical psychologist, high-quality scientist, without any doubt at all. Has worked for over 40 years in the area of the brain science, the brain biochemistry of drug addiction. Her particular target has been to try to develop new treatments for addiction through changing the way dopamine, the neurotransmitter dopamine, is released and regulated in the brain. So she is unquestionably, a scientist of high standing and high quality. The problem I have with her report is that she is not a researcher of cannabis. She has, in her list of over 200 publications, there are only 2 publications that relate to cannabis, and they both relate to synthetic cannabinoids, and the studies are done in monkeys. And when I go through her CV and her report, it's clear to me that Dr. Madras is essentially taking a position here as an anti-cannabis campaigner. She is not being scientifically neutral in the approach she takes. She gives many, many lectures in the USA to school children and to other groups that are concerned about drug abuse, and I have no doubt that she shares with them her concerns about the abuse and the misuse of many drugs, including cannabis. But in her report, she shows a complete and total disregard for the comparative harms of cannabis in relation to other drugs. In that sense, I believe her report is biased, and I think she has set out to provide as convincing a criticism of cannabis as she could. I don't see this as a balanced report. I see this really as a polemic against the use of cannabis, and in particular, the use of cannabis as a medicine. And the reason I say the latter statement is that all the way through this report, the assumption is made that the American FDA has the rights to decide on what's a medicine, and that the American Drug Enforcement Agency guidelines are the appropriate guidelines to decide on whether a drug should be legal or illegal. Whether we wish to believe those or not is a matter of discussion, but to pursue those without any understanding of the South African situation and without any scientific comparison of harms of drugs such as alcohol and tobacco, I think is not scientific. And therefore, I finds her evidence singularly lacking in balance and vision.
Paragraph 4 says Professor Madras's research focuses on contrasting molecular and behavioral effects of THC and psychostimulant drugs on adolescent and adult brains. A brain imaging drug she invented with collaborators was evaluated through the FDA process. She is familiar with the literature showing marijuana's effects, the potential or lack of isolated cannabinoids as medicine, and the adverse effects of marijuana use. Care to comment?
Yes, so she has developed with her collaborators a drug, which is a dopamine reuptake targeting drug, and she was able to evaluate that both as or similar drugs, as tools for brain imaging of the dopamine system and as a possible diagnostic marker for Parkinson's disease, and also as a potential treatment for addiction to stimulant drugs such as cocaine. The theory there being that cocaine works on the same site as the drug she invented, and therefore if you were to block that site with her drug, then there's a chance that cocaine would not bind and therefore would not have its effect. So it would be like an antagonist to cocaine. And that's a very interesting approach. I applaud the approach. It makes sense in terms of what we know about cocaine. It does not really make sense in terms of what we know about cannabis. Cannabis has little, if any, impact on the dopamine system in the brain. But more than that, and this I think gets to the issue I raised earlier today, in all her long career as a researcher, she hasn't taken a drug through the FDA process to market. And one of the reasons she's not being able to do that is because the criteria, the regulatory requirements that she's had to work through are the ones that I've explained are so detrimental to research. And this has held back her research enormously. So yes, she's managed to start the process, but she has unfortunately been thwarted by the bureaucracy. I have no doubt she is familiar with the literature on marijuana's effect, although she isn't, as I said, someone who particularly has researched marijuana, the comparative harms of marijuana, or even the effects of marijuana in the human brain. And I think she has tended to extrapolate from research on other drugs, such as stimulants, to extrapolate those results to those of marijuana in some cases.
She deals with the theory that dopamine is the core mediator of stimulant addiction and on developmental syndromes relating to dopamine, especially ADHD. Do you have any comment on that?
Oh, she's right in that regard. She's right in the regard there's very good evidence that dopamine is one of the key neurotransmitters involved in the disorder of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. She's correct in that respect, and her inventions could well be of utility in those disorders, just as they potentially could be in the treatment of stimulant dependence. I think they're less likely to be of value in the treatment of cannabis dependence or other symptoms of cannabis use.
Can you comment on Professor Madras's relationship with the National Institute of Drug Abuse, NIDA, in the USA?
So the National Institute of Drug Abuse in the USA is one of the government sections of the government's National Institutes of Health. It is by far and away the largest provider of research funds for studies of addiction in the world. So, for example, the American population is perhaps 6 times that of the British population. And the percentage of drug abuse in each country is pretty similar. But through NIDA, the Americans spend 1,000 times more research on addiction than we spend in the UK. And it'll be much more than what you spend in South Africa. So NIDA is the big funder. And it's a remarkable organization. It takes a very scientific approach to the question. But unfortunately, like all the institutes in National Institute of Health in America, it eventually serves the Senate rather than science. And it's proved very difficult for NIDA researchers to do anything other than pursue the NIDA line, that drugs are bad, and that therefore research that looks to find the benefits of drugs is frowned upon, and in fact not funded. So almost all NIDA research is predicated on that premise, that illegal drugs are harmful. It only studies illegal drugs. Illegal drugs are harmful. We have to find evidence to justify keeping them harmful. And until very recently, I'm not even sure it's changed today, until very recently, it was not possible for people working with NIDA to question the legal status of the drugs, to question whether these drugs should be legal at all, to question the scheduling of the drugs, and even to engage in research which might help people reduce the harms of these drugs. So their whole philosophy has been one of finding harms for drugs, finding the damage that drugs do in people, and then hopefully building on that new treatments, although very few treatments have been forthcoming.
If I could turn you to page 13, paragraph 15. Where Professor Madras, speaking in the third person, says, "The science strongly supports the conclusion that marijuana has a high potential for abuse, has no currently accepted medical use, and that sufficient assurances of safety for use of marijuana under medical supervision are lacking." Any comment on that?
So the problem here is we don't have definitions. What does a high potential for abuse mean? Does it mean that people use it even though it's illegal? Does it mean that everyone who uses it gets addicted? Does it mean it's got a higher potential than tobacco or alcohol? No one knows what it means. The people who wrote this set of criteria, the Drug Enforcement Agency, don't know what that means. So we don't know what high means. I have shown you, no one's disagreed, I think, that marijuana does have a potential to cause dependence, but it's less of that than alcohol or tobacco. So does that mean high or not? And to what extent the abuse potential is determined by its illegality is unspecified. I would argue that most of the abuse that is referred to in that first phrase is due to its being illegal. The second phrase, it has no currently accepted medical use, well, that is patently wrong. Maybe Dr. Madras was not aware of the German situation. I imagine this report was written before Germany made it available as a medicine for 80 separate indications. But what she means is that it has no FDA currently accepted medical use. That is a gross perversion of what medical use means. She was well aware that she should have been well aware that it has been a medicine in the Netherlands for 17 years. That it was a medicine for many years before it was taken off the pharmacopoeia in the USA. She must certainly have been aware of the many trials that have been conducted in the last 20 years showing it has medical value. So I think that phrase hinges on accepted. And what she means, I believe, is that it hasn't got a licensed medical indication in America. The FDA has not approved it. That doesn't mean it doesn't have accepted medical use. Accepted medical use means doctors use it. A body of medical opinion believes that cannabis is a valuable medicine. That is accepted medical use. And then the final point, that sufficient assurances of safety for use of marijuana under medical supervision are lacking. Well, a drug that's been used for 4,000 years or more without any evidence of problematic medical use seems pretty safe to me. And I don't see any concerns that have arisen in the last 30 years where people have started to reuse marijuana as a medicine to say to me that the assurances of safety are not adequate. Further on in her report, she raises the spectre that it's impossible to grow plants with sufficient quality control so that individuals know when they take a dose, they're getting the same dose as they were getting the day before or the day after. That is wrong. We know Bedrocan in the Netherlands supplies medical marijuana of different concentrations on a reliable basis that meets the criteria for the Dutch medical regulators. So the reality is that this statement is really a parroted statement from the Drug Enforcement Agency and the FDA and doesn't reflect the current status of the science of marijuana at present.
How would alcohol apply to these criteria listed here in paragraph 15?
I would say alcohol has a moderate potential for abuse when it's used in a recreational fashion. It does have no currently accepted medical use, that is true, and therefore the third part of that sentence is irrelevant because you wouldn't be using alcohol under medical supervision.
Just for the purposes of clarity, where Professor Madras refers to marijuana, are we to understand that that is the same thing as cannabis, or is there some distinction?
I presume that she is referring to cannabis. She doesn't specify what she's referring to, but I think we can assume that she's talking about medical cannabis the way we would be, or medical marijuana the way we would talk about medicinal cannabis. Yes.
Is there a distinction between marijuana and cannabis?
There's not a scientific distinction. Marijuana was a term that was brought in the 1930s when the first prohibition of cannabis was developed in the USA. It was brought in, I think, because it was a Mexican term, and the initial hysteria around which cannabis became made illegal was centered on the use of cannabis by Mexicans. So it was considered by the authorities that using the term marijuana would associate it more with Mexicans coming into America, using marijuana. The alliteration was nice and powerful. And a hysteria was developed about reefer madness, about these marijuana using Mexicans, assaulting American women, corrupting American youth by giving them marijuana cigarettes. So it was a politically derived term, but I think in scientific terms, marijuana and medical cannabis, or cannabis, can be used interchangeably.
Page 14, paragraph 20.
The legalization of marijuana does not result in reduced substance.
The cell phone is switched off or put on silent.
Thank you. Page 14, paragraph 20. The legalization of marijuana does not result in reduced substance abuse and the improvement of societal interests. What is your comment?
Well, that's not a scientific statement. What we can see is that where marijuana has moved out of the black market into a regulated market, such as in the Netherlands, marijuana consumption is less than it is in a country like the United Kingdom, of very similar genetic and social background, where it's illegal. The hot Dutch experiment shows us clearly that separating the marijuana market from the heroin market reduces access and use of heroin. And also in terms of, which is an enormous societal interest. And also there are other societal benefits of the Dutch model, not least of which they tax the sales, and taxation goes into the public purse. So that statement 20, is just incorrect and indefensible, I would say.
Paragraph 21 reads, it is important to understand that the United States, and no doubt South Africa too, has long adhered to a scientifically driven process for reviewing and approving medicines to ensure that they are both safe and effective before they are released to the public. It is this process which includes large teams of chemists, pharmacologists.
Excuse me, ma'am. Will you please leave the courtroom? Make sure that you switch off your telephone and then come back. You are disturbing the court proceedings. Are you listening, ma'am? Please leave the courtroom. Make sure that your phone is on silent, or switch it off and then you may come back.
Reads, it is this process which includes large teams of chemists, pharmacologists, physicians, microbiologists, veterinarians, and even lawyers, and not individual physicians or anecdotal information from users that determines whether a product has accepted medical uses and may be safely used as a medicine by the general public. Your comment?
Well, I think the first thing to say is Dr. Madras is not a doctor. She's not a medical doctor, she's not a physician. So what she is saying there is that the process of controlling and regulating medicines has clearly, unequivocally changed in the last 100 years. We now have complex licensing arrangements through organizations like the FDA, the Federal Drug Administration. The process of registering drugs now does require enormous teams of chemists, pharmacologists, physicians, etc. That's true for new drugs, but that should not be true for old drugs. And to impose that current approach to an established medicine is perverse. And I would also say another thing. People often confuse the licensing of a drug by the FDA, or your equivalent here, as permission for a doctor to use the drug. That is wrong. This process of whereby drugs go through a system of evaluation, which is often very complicated, can cost, as I said before, up to $1 billion, is not about allowing doctors to use the drug. It's about allowing the people that manufacture and sell the drug to do that. It's giving them a marketing authorization for the drug. And if people are selling drugs, then it's obviously critical that what they are selling has been validated and that they are not misleading the public. But a doctor can prescribe any medicine, particularly medicines that have existed previously, if there is a body of medical opinion that suggests it is of value. And I think it's inappropriate to apply this extraordinary process to something as complicated as cannabis, and in a country that doesn't have the large teams of chemists, pharmacologists, etc., such as South Africa. If we were to apply this process to South Africa, not a single non-Western medicine could be used. And that would be iniquitous and divisive and inappropriate.
She emphasizes this aspect at paragraph 24 on page 16. Where she says, it is as irrational to smoke marijuana for medicinal purposes in the 21st century as it was to chew bark to relieve a headache or smoke opium for pain in the 20th century. What is your comment?
Well, I would say that's a very irrational statement. If people want to chew bark to remove a headache, why shouldn't they? Many people still smoke opium for pain, even in this century. The question is not whether it's irrational, but whether it's rational to insist that there is only one model for development and validation of the use of drugs. And that model, this high-tech American model, is not only extraordinarily expensive, leading to enormously expensive drugs. It's a model which, as I said this morning, could never work for the cannabis plant. It would take centuries to do all the required studies in all the different disorders to determine whether the cannabis plant or the subcomponents of the cannabis plant that she believes in are effective. Because we have to take into account the entourage effect, where the different components may work together to benefit each other. No one is going to invest in that process. One thing's for sure, the NIDA aren't, the FDA aren't. By insisting on that kind of approach, they are effectively saying there will never be cannabis medications. And this is why they're saying it, because they are in the process of trying to stop what's going on with the states, the independent states in America making medicine out of marijuana. This is a process of trying to bolster the federal position that cannabis is a dangerous illegal drug. And even if one did have the enormous amounts of money to do this, it will be foolhardy, because the cost of doing it would mean that the drugs were so expensive, people would just go back and smoke the plant. So even if you could do it, it would not be useful, certainly not South Africa.
Are you able to give us any examples of substances which are generally accepted as having therapeutic effects despite not having gone through the process endorsed by Professor Madras?
Yes, so in the United Kingdom a few years ago, there was a suggestion made that scientists should not be allowed to research on any drug that did not have a medical license. I thought that was an absurd proposal. I went through the pharmacopoeia of a major hospital in my country, and I found that half of all the substances they were providing to their doctors were not medicines that had been regulated in this FDA fashion. There were medicines of historic use and background, medicines that were being used on a named patient basis, etc. One of the reasons for that is that pharmaceutical companies aren't interested in developing drugs for rare indications. They only want blockbusters. The reason for that, of course, is that it costs so much to develop a drug. If it costs $1 billion to develop a drug, you want to sell $2 or $3 billion worth of the drug in order to recoup your investment. Who's going to invest in disorders which only affect tens of thousands of people? So the majority of disorders which we treat as doctors are disorders that do not have drugs with a licensed indication, and will never have that because companies won't invest. So the answer is a lot of medicine is conducted by doctors who prescribe drugs which don't have a specific license for that indication and will never have that license. And that is the skill of medicine. Doctors' jobs, a good doctor understands what a drug does in one particular indication and then tries to extrapolate to others where there isn't any good evidence.
Could you give us a handful of examples of these sorts of substances?
Well, there are substances such as hormones, there are substances such as some peptides, there are substances such as different formulations of drugs which might be used, for instance, children. There's almost none of the registered treatments for adults have been tried in children. So almost all the prescriptions that doctors write for children are off license, outside the FDA license. They have to, because the companies do not find it economic to do the studies in children. The companies don't care. They don't want to sell to children because they're not a big market. So they're very happy for doctors to prescribe off license. And doctors have to do that and have to be allowed to do that.
In paragraph 25, it says, in 1938, the US safe drug supply system advanced once again as the newly formed FDA required strong scientific evidence of both effectiveness and safety for drug approval. The creation of the FDA, was in response to numerous examples of illness and death resulting from entrepreneurs who marketed dangerous drugs, tinctures, or other concoctions with unsubstantiated claims for medical benefit or safety. The FDA currently has a well-developed and rigorous evaluation and approval process for determining whether scientific evidence is adequate to support claims that a specific drug is effective and safe for use in diagnosing, mitigating, treating, or curing disease. When such claims are made about a substance, it is considered a drug under Section 201G1 capital B of the Act. I assume she's referring to their domestic legislation, and is subject to regulation as such. Your comment on that?
Well, I'm not against regulation. In fact, I'm quite in favour of it. But that's just the key point. The creation of the FDA, as she says, was in response to numerous examples resulting from entrepreneurs who marketed dangerous drugs. Entrepreneurs who marketed. The FDA, as I explained, the process is making sure that people who market drugs market a drug that is safe and effective for a specific indication. That is not the sum total of medicine. Doctors, for centuries, working with pharmacists and pharmacopoeias, have prescribed drugs successfully and effectively to their patients, drugs which have never been through this process and will never go through this process. And also all traditional medicines have been used in the same way. And the reason we have confidence in their efficacy is because doctors and patients have gathered information over the centuries. It's impossible. It will never be the case that every drug a doctor prescribes could have gone through the FDA process. It would be ridiculously expensive, and it won't happen. So doctors have always had to do what's best for their patients, using their knowledge of traditional medicines, of old medicines, and of new medicines. And the fact that marijuana, cannabis, was a medicine for 150 years in Britain gives me pretty good confidence that at least it's safe, and there's a pretty reasonable chance it's effective. And we've seen now that many countries have given it a license in many different disorders, consistent with what was previously known about its efficacy.
Page 21, paragraph 33, reads, the FDA process has protected the American public from ineffective or I assume that should be even, dangerous drugs for more than 75 years. Drugs that do not meet this standard do not have accepted medical uses, in my opinion.
Well, she misunderstands the origins and the nature of the FDA process. The FDA process is about allowing people to market safe medicines. It's not about constraining what doctors do. And yes, the FDA process it has many merits. I would not criticize it as a process for controlling what pharmaceutical companies say their drugs can do. That's a perfectly reasonable approach. But it completely eliminates or is irrelevant for traditional medicines and for old medicines. And also, I'll just share an anecdote with you. The FDA process is so complex and difficult and so obsessed with a fear of negative events that when in Britain we discovered beta blockers to lower blood pressure, they turned out to be extremely effective treatments, and they were rapidly adopted by our NHS and health services around the world. The FDA process of evaluating their safety took so long, it's estimated that tens of thousands of Americans died because they died before the medicine that could have saved them was licensed. So it's always a balance. The balance between protecting the public from the side effects of medicines has to be always countered with the harms that the public will accrue because an effective medicine is denied them, either temporarily or permanently. And I have to say, for cannabis, I cannot see there are any credible harms of using the drug as a medicine. But not allowing it to be used, I can see having enormous negative impacts on the millions of people who have disorders that might benefit. I mean, it's not as if we don't know the effects of using cannabis. You know, we have established through all these reports that millions, tens of millions of people worldwide use it and come to little harm. So why would we want to deny it to patients pending a process like the FDA regulation, which could never happen and will never happen, and if it were to happen, it would take centuries.
Do you have any comment on Professor Madras's ability or qualification to express an opinion on whether or not a substance which does not meet the standard has an accepted medical use?
I think she's stepping outside her area of professional expertise. She is not a prescribing doctor. She is parroting the FDA process, and I don't believe that's relevant to the practice of medicine, certainly not in South Africa.
In paragraph 34, it reads, the marijuana plant, like other plants, is not reasonably amenable to analysis by the current established FDA approval process. While many of our medicines have their origin in plant-derived compounds, Professor Madras is unaware of any whole plant that has been approved for medical use in recent times. What is your comment on that?
Well, she should talk to the Germans and many Europeans, because not only have they approved cannabis, but they have also approved hypericum, St. John's wort, well-established treatment for anxiety and depression in Germany. That is a whole plant which is taken as a medicine.
Tell us a bit more about hypericum, St. John's wort.
So hypericum is a herb which produces bioactive substances that are useful in lifting mood and reducing anxiety. We don't entirely know what they are. One of the reasons why it's not easy to extract them and turn them into modern medicines, but there's very good evidence, well, certainly good enough for the German state to reimburse doctors who prescribe hypericum for disorders such as anxiety and depression.
And then paragraph 39, which is quite lengthy, says the Attorney General or his delegate may, after recommendation from HHS, decide to add a substance to a schedule or to transfer a scheduled substance to another schedule if it is found that such drug or other substance has a potential for abuse. A substance may also be removed from the schedule if it is determined that the substance does not meet the requirements for inclusion in any schedule. The recommendation to schedule a substance, as opposed to the decision of where to schedule a substance, is made on the basis of the following criteria, and she sets out 8 criteria. 1, its actual relative potential for abuse. 2, scientific evidence of its pharmacological effects. 3, the state of current scientific knowledge regarding the drug or other substance. 4, its history and current pattern of abuse. 5, the scope, duration, and significance of abuse. 6, what, if any, risk there is to the public health. 7, its psychic or physiological dependence, liability. And 8, whether the substance is an immediate precursor of a substance already controlled. Have any comment on that?
Well, these are reasonable criteria that one might consider when deciding whether to schedule a drug as an illegal drug. These are reasonable criteria. The challenge with them is what are the measures of abuse, what are the measures of patterns of abuse, what are the measures of its dependence, etc. So the proof of the pudding here really lies in how you apply these rules. And also, of course, why you would not apply them to a drug like alcohol, but you would apply them to a drug like cannabis.
And part of that same paragraph at the bottom, she gives seemingly a legislative reference. And then she says, in addition, the United States has obligations to control marijuana's use under international treaties, conventions, and protocols.
Well, that is true. And I think all the countries, including South Africa, that have signed up to the international treaties do have an obligation under those treaties to control the drugs that are controlled under those treaties, even if those drugs are inappropriately controlled. A country has several ways, therefore, to deal with this. The way that the Dutch dealt with it was to say, we're going to control the drug, but we're going to license it rather than ban it, because the UN conventions do not specify that the control has to be at the level of a criminal sanction. It's perfectly acceptable to control it at the level of a civil sanction. Countries like Spain, with their cannabis coffee shops, have essentially taken the same view, that you register, you go to a cannabis club, you share your cannabis with other people. There's no profit involved, there's no transaction, and you don't get in the way of the general public when you use cannabis. Other countries have taken a different view. Uruguay has just decided that the conventions are, I think, wrong, and therefore decided to make cannabis legal in Uruguay, although it is a controlled state-regulated market. So it's perfectly possible for countries to change the regulations to allow recreational use out with the conventions. And certainly every country has a right to decide what's a medicine in its own country, and therefore the medical use of this drug isn't subject to those international treaties.
Lord, I see it's 2 minutes to 4. Perhaps it's a convenient time to take the adjournment. But before we do, my Lord, I don't mean for your Lordship to give us any indication necessarily now, but you will recall that we wanted to try and make up some time somewhere.
Yes. It's been my intention to inform you that we could start at 9:30 in the morning.
Tomorrow, my Lord.
Tomorrow.
That would suit us, my Lord, if that suits my learned friends.
Does that suit the parties? Yes,
Thank you, my Lord. We're indebted to your Lordship.
The court adjourns until 9:30 tomorrow morning.